Oh my, I actually get a choice here. I can go directly to the final mission, or I can take my time and go for Krager. Now, obviously, since I get the choice, I'll take the choice, I'll make the choice, and I'll go for Scenario 7, Betrayal's End. That's a very succinct description. For the good of the Empire, eliminate Krager. This is Enroth as far as I... You know what, now the more I think about this, I have no idea. What is this empire they speak of? I've never heard of it. As I have mentioned at the very start of this playthrough. I am quite unfamiliar with it. I am just taking it on faith that there is an empire. Well, either way, I am still absolutely taken aback by the fact that I've managed to complete that mission. So I might as well proceed with the next one, or at least, you know, start it out, let's see where this takes me. I have the helmet and the breastplate. I don't have the third artifact piece, but that's okay, I guess. That'll have to do. As far as I understand it, Krager has the third artifact piece. So if I go for Scenario 7, I'll complete the set. I'll get the final bit. Whatever that may be, maybe the Greaves, whatever. Interesting. I get a choice between 10 sulfur, a power axe, or the animate dead spell. What? I'm tempted to take 10 sulfur, but I'm not sure if that's the right call. Resources just sound tempting. We get the choice between 10 units of sulfur, the power axe, and the animate dead spell. I honestly have no idea what I should go with. Maybe the animate dead spell to replenish my losses repeatedly. Quite possibly this is the way, and quite possibly I am supposed to be decisive. Regrettably, you have no castle with which to begin your assault. Fortunately, however, Krager's forces are weak here in the south. And you have bribed the rebel necromancer to aid you in the beginning of your conquest. That's about it. Krager's forces are weak in the south. However, how strong they are in the north is a different matter entirely. You enter a tent, yada yada yada. The red keyword is vampire. How fitting. Orange player, yeah, whatever. Vampire, that's what I need to remember. Orange player, 6 days, I know. Red keyword, vampire. Orange player, 5 days, I know. Pathfinding, all wisdom. Pathfinding would be incredibly useful. Let's see, what do we know? See, animate dead spell and haste. That's literally it. Fine. If I want this to be decisive, I'm going to have to cast haste on the skeletons. I've lost absolutely no vampires. Just promising. Now I might as well replenish the ranks of my skeletons. And thus, with no losses, I'm just ahead by 6. Due to necromancy. 4 days, I know. Necromancy on advanced, oh, archery and basic. Let's go for advanced necromancy to get even more skeletons. 3 days, I No. Hello there, Flame. I'm not sure how much stock I put in my ability to beat this mission this time. It seems pretty rough. Mysticism, all ballistics. Let's go with mysticism. I will want to cast those spells repeatedly. Two days left. Thankfully, the town is right there. Let's cast haste on the skeletons to reach the enemy forces faster. My poor skeletons. I can't even replenish the ranks because I can't cast Animate Dead anymore. Oh well. I guess I'll get a couple of this fight, and then we shall see. I've lost 12, gained 4, so technically I'm behind. Here's our little town, our quaint little town. It has been upgraded all the way to a castle now. It offers Dispel Magic, Bloodlust and View resources, alongside the already provided statue, and 3 dwellings alongside a well. Let's see now. Let's head inside, replenish mana, rest up, recruit units possibly? Wait until next turn first and foremost, I guess. Not much I can get. I don't have the sulfur to get the mausoleum. To get the mansion, I believe I need the Thieves Guild, indeed. And to get the Thieves Guild, I need lumber, which I do not have at my disposal. Not quite yet. Fine, let's get some skeletons. And some mutant zombies, no, not that many. I guess I could immediately get gold, but let's opt for experience instead. And use that experience to generate gold. With every passing turn. There's the sulfur, all the resources over there, but let's head over here, flag the sawmill, get the gold. We will not be heading south at any point in the future, in the foreseeable future after this. It's a new week. I did not manage to erect much of anything last week because all of this is so expensive in terms of both gold and resources. Let's attack the dwarves. And try not to lose too many units, if at all possible. Fine, let's go with haste. The sturdiness of dwarves continues to astound me. Even though I know I should expect it, it still remains quite a sight to behold. Quite a wonder. Alright, I've had some losses, got 5 skeletons out of the deal, but more importantly I've unlocked the path over here. Maybe, just maybe I should replenish my ranks within the confines of that encounter. Yeah, I probably should have resurrected a single vampire. I don't know at what scale we operate right now. Is the single vampire meaningful at this stage? Does it all snowball? Because if it doesn't, why did I take that spell to begin with? Full vampires remain. I still have 4 vampires. And now they're down to 3. Let's raise the undead. Two million zombies lost, 6 skeletons replenished. Can't get the sawmill this turn. Can't get much of anything this turn. Unless I want the skull pile, which I guess I do. Alright then, heading north, attempting to acquire resources. Anything else I can get? Yes, apparently I can get the pyramid, at least the upgrade to it. Fair enough, might as well get that. And now, since I got some lumber, I might as well get the Thieves Guild. Find out who I'm dealing with. There's me, there's blue, green, red, and yellow. And this appears to be crucial. The balance of power between these forces must be maintained, at least for a while. If I ever reach a point where only half of them remain, I'll be out of luck. That's it. Yellow presumably is the ultimate foe, with Kregel as the leading hero, possibly the only hero. Red, green, and blue oppose me and oppose one another. If I let them fall, they will just have an overwhelming advantage. Exactly. Except there's one tiny problem with all of this. I can't even lie to myself that I have any influence whatsoever on this. After all, there's basically no diplomacy in this game. There is no diplomacy in this game. So the entire idea, the entire concept is just based on me keeping my fingers crossed, I guess. And hoping against hope that the enemy forces actually make the right moves on their own and fight one another instead of fighting me. The only thing I can possibly do to sway them is to show my heroes or not, take castles at particular points in time, or not, and so on. Just the tiniest of nudges in order to preserve the balance of power, but nothing more. Which is somewhat frustrating, I guess. I need plenty more lumber in order to be able to get the mansion. Same goes for the mausoleum, except that I need some more sulfur. So I guess I might as well venture over here, recruit what I can, and proceed north. Now the only question remains whether I attack the paladins or not. Otherwise it's a fairly straightforward plan. Head north and flag what there is to flag. Indeed, and I suspect it might still be the fireball spell. Would they leave it to chance? Possibly. It is a pack of crusaders. That's quite a fearsome opposing force. Although... no, it still remains a pack. It's between, I believe, 10 and 19 or something like that. Or 10 and 24. That's quite a few crusaders. They are not to be underestimated. I guess I'll leave them alone for now. Just dot north. I still can't get much of anything. I need to wait at least 2 days before I can get the mansion. And that's all the way next week. Yeah. And if I lose almost everything in that encounter, what will my next move be? Seriously. Just huddle up in the castle? But then again, it's a catch-22. If I actually decide to forego this entire endeavor and refuse to strike, am I not setting myself up for failure? I don't know anymore. It's a rough mission. Do I chase down the bandits? Absolutely. I need more skeletons. For all I know, all that stood between me and victory last time was the decision to recruit the hero in the wrong town. But then again, I think the odds were already stacked against me by then. Right, no losses, 6 skeletons gained. May seem minuscule, but may be meaningful. Pathfinding. To deal with the rough terrain. There's the gold mine. I guess I can't really complain. I have to go against a pack of veteran pikemen. That's better than going against a pack of crusaders. It's still quite a challenge, but one I may be able to overcome. Oh dear, speaking of spells. Should I get the Mage Guild? Presumably not, because that would be a waste of my precious, precious resources. So as tempting as it may be to get something right now, I think I ought to hold off. I guess the royal mummies are really important in these encounters. They serve as damage sponges. And of course I've blocked myself in. The zombies will never make their way to the destination. Alright, maybe I'm exaggerating here, but... Now I'm hesitant to send vampires into battle. After all, they might get hurt. Actually, they will get hurt, almost inevitably. But then again, if they do get sufficiently hurt, I can always replenish their ranks. They can't do that on their own, not quite yet. They require an upgrade for that. Oh dear, oh dear. Fine. Let's animate the dead. So as not to lose vampires. I have 4 of them once again. And thus I've only lost a single mummy. A royal mummy, and got 3 skeletons out of the deal. Still, it's absolutely worth it because I get to flag the mines as quickly as humanly possible. Which is something I desperately need. It is a new week. Let's get the mansion. Right here. To get the upgraded mansion, I need once again quite a few resources. More gems, more crystals, more lumber. As for the mausoleum, It's slumber on one hand, but on the other it's also sulfur holding me back. Or lack thereof. Gee, that's cute and everything, but that's just all. That's not a sulfur mine. Oh, there we go. I guess I'll have to fight those archers because I do desperately need those resources. Exactly those resources. Crystals, gems, and sulfur. A horde of halflings, they say. Oh dear. Need to close the distance and quickly. Well, in that case, I might as well use the haste spell. Onwards to glory. Well, maybe not glory, but to victory. Let's put it that way. Ow. Ow. And ow, yet again. Let us animate the dead. I should have maintained 5 vampires. Losing that single one was irresponsible of me. No losses, 13 skeletons gained. I'm gaining momentum, I guess. Let's slay the archers. Get the resources. Get the ball rolling. Get the bone dragons as quickly as possible. Maybe that's what I need. Presumably I should have hastened the skeletons, but then again I wouldn't have been able to reach the archers quickly enough anyway. I'll hasten them next turn. Three vampires remain. And I will not be able to replenish their ranks, unfortunately, because I'm out of mana for the purposes of casting this spell. That being the animate dead spell, of course. Yeah, slings are quite impressive. Surprisingly effective. Alright, resources have been acquired. Now I presumably ought to head on south. Get more units, fight the Crusaders, then head north yet again? I don't know, should I push my advantage immediately? I shouldn't push my advantage immediately, almost inevitably. Almost certainly. I can't upgrade the mansion because I don't have enough lumber, of all things. And I won't be able to get the shrine anytime soon. Yes, that's quite notable. However, I do not have the lightning spell. Not yet. I wonder if these are random, because if they are, then I do not get lightning. Or the lightning bolt. This may be a very disappointing experience. Let's end the turn yet again. Get some more resources from the magic garden as quickly as possible. And by that I mean before the weekends. Speaking of the week ending, it is day 4. So, I could hypothetically get the mausoleum before the week ends. I won't be able to upgrade the mansion, I'll grant you that much, but I think it will still be worth it, because then I'll get a batch of liches from this week, alongside the batch from the next one. So let's patiently wait until tomorrow. And now... get the mausoleum on day 6, I believe. Indeed. The next step will be to upgrade the mansion. That'll take me 3 days. Now, if I were to desire to acquire the laboratory, I would just need the lumber and the sulfur, that's about it. I do have a sulfur mine, don't I? No, I don't. And since I don't, I will absolutely have to head up north and conquer one. And that is a high priority. Alright, let's wait until next week. Well, not wait, necessarily. Let's get next week's reinforcements, and then immediately dart north. I need to get tier 7 units as quickly as possible. Hold on, no, tier 6 units, tier 6 units. It's between upgrading the mansion and upgrading the mausoleum. I want to be able to upgrade the mausoleum though. For a very good... No, I will be able to upgrade the mausoleum. I could make the choice. No. I would have to get enough lumber to get the mage guild to level 2, and then and only then to actually upgrade the mausoleum. Fine, let's start with upgrading the mansion. I'll also get the units. Obviously, I can't actually upgrade the mansion because I don't have the lumber, as I have stated quite a few times by now. Let's not buy unupgraded units. Let's wait until I can actually upgrade them, which will be soon enough indeed. The day after tomorrow, in fact. Fine, let's actually visit these buildings to get some more resources. As I wait impatiently to be able to get those upgraded vampires. Alright. Sulfur! What an interesting development. Most interesting indeed. Those 2 units of sulfur really help. Really put me on my way to getting the laboratory reasonably soon. I could hypothetically just get the marketplace, trade for sulfur, and get the laboratory reasonably soon. Hold on, I think that's the most reasonable thing I could possibly do here. Now, it would be expensive, I'll grant you that much. It would be incredibly expensive. But I think it's worth it. I need 10k gold and 3 more units of sulfur. Now, have to pay through the nose for that. I presumably ought to pay in gems, since those I can replenish and I have a surplus of them. Well, in gems, presumably I would have to spend all as well. Maybe even some gold, but I think rushing the laboratory might be the way to go. Might just be that little thing that'll put me over the edge. In a good way, of course. It will give me the edge, the advantage that I desperately need. The alternative, of course, is to just get the upgraded mansion right now with the upgraded vampires. So pedestrian, no. Let's get the marketplace. Ugh. I hate how crazy this is. How much of a swerve this is, but I think this is the way to go. Logos, help me. Now, I will need to replenish lumber, I'll grant you that much. And I shall be granted that much myself. Alright. 3. I need 5 of each alongside the 10 of each of the basic resources and 10k in gold. 5 of each. Alright, and now we wait. I just need some more lumber, that's it. That's literally it, nothing more. Let's visit the windmill. I might just be able to get lumber off of it. And actually you can. Well, never mind that. I'll get something out of it. Crystals are good enough, I guess. I reckon. Day 5, fingers crossed. What am I crossing the fingers for? This is completely and utterly predictable. I will have enough on day 7, which is in itself quite meaningful. It means I'll get the units from this week and the next. Alright, I have just obtained the laboratory with a single bone dragon that will be able to repeatedly bring back from the dead. I also have quite a lot of gold left. All the better to recruit units with, I guess. Unupgraded ones, but units nonetheless. What do I ditch? The zombies? In order to get the liches? Now, let's see now. I guess I can have my cake and eat it too. I just need to wait 2 days, then I can get the upgrade to the mansion, get upgraded vampires, and can be on my merry way all the way up north. But first, let's get the resources. So let's venture over there. It's the week of the wolf. Let's get some resources. 2 gems over here. Visit the garden over there. Meanwhile... yes, I need 2 more units of lumber, I believe. And now, the mansion has been upgraded. The vampires are stronger. This is uninteresting. Well, I'll be. Bone dragons do not have an associated cost in terms of resources. They just cost gold. I thought that would only apply to crusaders. Am I misremembering, or is that a change from price of loyalty? I was pretty convinced you needed sulfur for them, but then again, no, you needed sulfur for regular dragons. Curious. In that case, I guess the Knight's Castle and the Necromancer's Castle are the castles within which you can recruit tier 6 units without paying any cost in terms of as far as animating a dead dragon is concerned, do you mean within the game's narrative or just within the game's mechanics? Because within the game's mechanics, that's about it. All I'll need is the spell I've got, the Animate Dead spell. It animates any of the dead, really. Not necessarily all of the dead, mind you, but any of the dead. Alright, I can wait a brief while longer, but I shouldn't dawdle. Dawdling is heavily discouraged. Yeah, I thought in Heroes 2 they also required Mercury. Once again, in the base game they might have. But over here they don't. Once again, unless I am misremembering, I do remember that Paladins required no additional resources. That was the main draw. Granted, in order to get the Cathedral, you needed plenty of crystal, I believe. But once you got that, you no longer had to worry about additional resources being sunk into the tier 6 unit. That's why you would ever actually play the Knight's Castle. Because everything was so cheap over there. But not necessarily all that good. Now, what do we do here? I can't quite recruit everything unless I'm willing to wait quite a while. And I don't think I ought to be willing to wait quite a while. However, if I do not wait, I do not get the liches. Which I guess I would say is just as well, because having that contingent of mutant zombies and royal mummies might just be the ticket, so to speak. And on top of all of that, if I wait any longer, it'll hit next week and then I'll get even more units to recruit. Which I'm not sure I should do. You can get into this spiral of waiting and waiting and waiting indefinitely. Okay, maybe I'll wait until day 1 and then recruit some bone dragons, but that ought to be it. I ought to be done by then. Right? 3 more bone dragons. Some more vampire lords, and is that it? I think that ought to be it. Alright. Let's go north. Fingers crossed. The safe word is vampire. Red player has been vanquished. That's terrible news! Do I recruit a secondary hero to get the resources from these places? And to then send reinforcements? Yeah, presumably, but they cost 2.5k, so I can't afford one. Not quite yet. But I will get one. Right now. Let's upgrade those silly zombies so that they don't slow her down. Now prove your worth. Give me the resources from these places. I hate that it just disables your cursor. I want to make it snappy, just get things going, but no. You get the animation, the sound, and you have to wait the tiniest of bits. Well, what would you say about the Helm of Lightning, which gives me resistance to lightning? Doesn't sound particularly appealing to me. All I see is blue, inside and outside. Notably, tier 6 units are available. You mean spam, obviously. Was the lightning rod has been taken, as far as I can tell. Oh no. Well, if that is the case, and that appears to be the case, I may very well want to take the helmet. Yes, indeed. Decided to leave it over there. Which is just as well. I could veer off to take it. I ought to, really, before the main confrontation, so that I end up with more skeletons rather than less, after all is said and done. Yeesh. However, that lightning artifact is quite precious. And the fact that I won't be able to get them unless I actually manage to slay a given hero, without allowing him to flee, that might prove to be a bit of a problem. Considering that spell power is Sandro's strongest suit. Do I wish to pursue the mummies? Sure, why not? Ah yes, behold my terrible and awesome power. The vampire lords are doing rather well. And by that I mean they are all left intact, so to speak. At least for now. But then again, that's all I need. No retaliation. I have to keep that in mind. And of course that drain. Are you sure they don't drain life from undead all constructs in Heroes of Might and Magic 2? Because I wouldn't put anything past this game. The rules over here may be somewhat different and strange and foreign. A traveling tinker in need of supplies offers you a helm with a thunderbolt design on its top in exchange for food and water. Curious, you accept, and later find out that the helm is magical. Magical indeed. Do I fight the Grand Elves for this artifact? Yes, I do. Why would I forego the opportunity to get the artifact? Yes, I am about to be forgone. Oh dear. Foregone conclusion. Do I actually chase down the elves? No, they are more trouble than they are worth, I'm afraid. Sulfur acquired. Let's head back south and soon enough deliver reinforcements. No! Stay back, Blue, stay back! Oh great, I have to pay for this one. The Caster's Bracelet of Magic, does it give spell power by any chance? Yes, it increases spell power by 2, up to a whopping 11. What am I supposed to do with that? Well, I guess I'm going to use that on enemy dead or something. I'll have to. What are my alternatives? Oh dear. Let's try to slay Ruby, fingers crossed. Or, you know, I could just dart over here, get the Aqua Traveler's tent, instead of slaying left and right. I need more crystals to upgrade the Mage Guild, to upgrade the Mausoleum, and so on and so forth. And of course, for that I will need to flag this particular mine. This will not end well, will it? I did not even pick up the Fireball spell. I guess there might have been some use to it. It's better than nothing. It is a damage dealing spell after all. It's day 7, might as well wait until tomorrow. Alright, crystals are on my side, and since I'm already here, might as well learn a new spell. Is it Lightning Bolt? It is Cold Ray. It is damage dealing anyway. And let's get more Necromancy with that little ghastly shovel. Whatever the hell that is, the Spade of Darkness or something. I should upgrade the Liches before recruiting them. I could trade for those crystals, but I guess I have become somewhat stingy. If I manage to get all the zombies and all the mummies, that can be quite beneficial. However, even partial reinforcements might be a good idea, instead of just holding off. Mostly I think delivering the bone dragons as quickly as humanly or undeadly possible is a priority. Now, there goes Blue, obviously, on its merry way to recruit more water elementals. Do you want to buy the Spade of Necromancy? Come on! Ah, why? Why are you doing this to me? I can't even afford it. Very well. I will acquire it next turn. But mark my words, Leprechaun, this shall not go unpunished. Yeah, just 100 gold. But still, this is a sizable chunk of resources. And this is a random event. After all, it could be guarded by a Titan, or it could be completely free out there. And no, it randomly rolled into being paid for. That's sort of a pay-to-win scheme, if you will. In essence, I got monumentally unlucky. Alright, hold on. One step closer south, one step closer to oblivion. That's a 10. That's quite a count of bone dragons I have there. See, I like where this is going, or rather, I like where this has already gone. It's quite an impressive falls. Can I benefit from the Xanadu? The butler opens the door and looks you up and down. You are neither famous nor diplomatic enough to be admitted to see my master. Come back when you think yourself worthy. I already think myself worthy. Never mind. I presumably ought to come back when I actually am worthy. Fine, let's try to conquer Basenji. Getting the gold mine would be highly beneficial as well. But no, Basenji first. That's my foreign policy. Basenji first. Are you threatening me, Dimitri? I don't seem particularly keen on defending the castle, inexplicably enough. Maybe I should go for a tent, head on south, go through the lifts, and just proceed instead of doing this the old-fashioned way. But what do I know? It's significantly better to deal with these forces in Basenji than it would be to deal with them on the field of battle alongside a champion. Or, you know, a hero for that matter. Do I bloodlust them? I think I do bloodlust them, why not? Two Crusaders go down. Now getting through the castle walls is going to be next to impossible, of course. So I have to rely on my precious vampire lords and bone dragons. I will have to replenish the ranks of the bone dragons, but that shouldn't be that much of an issue. Hopefully. One has gone down. Two. Let's animate the dead. All the bone dragons are back in action. No! Bone dragons! Oh, come on! Let's replenish the ranks once again. All the way back to 10. And that should be it. Yes! I've lost nothing! And gained 27 skeletons. Necromancy on expert, all diplomacy on basic. Let's become an expert necromancer. I know diplomacy helps with the Xanadu. Let's go with the necromancy anyway. Estates or pathfinding? Estates could be quite worthwhile, all things considered. I do need the gold to be able to recruit things. Although pathfinding has its benefit. No, let's go with estates. And just like that, I can enter Basenji, which presumably has the lightning bolt spell. It's got the chain lightning spell. Most notably, it's got the blind spell. And the paralyzed spell, should I want to attack something and prevent it from retaliating. Most importantly, I can stay over here in this fortified place. Let's see, he's got wisdom on basic, which means that he is incapable of actually learning that spell. How unfortunate. If only he was a tad smarter. It is a shovel! It's the spade of necromancy! It is a shovel, of course it is. A very short one to boot. Oh my goodness. I guess I am the sort of person to call a spade a shovel. And of course, at tier 2, you get Lightning Bolt over here. However, this is not entirely lost, because Sandro will be heading back here in order to cross the Aqua Tent barrier. Alright, what exactly is the plan? Do I just leave Sandro in the castle? Presumably I do. So he can get attacked by Sir or Dimitri, and so on. Wait, what? They have no Crusaders left. Time is of the essence. I'm not sure what exactly I ought to do. One plan is to just clear out this entire place. Slay these guys, head east, head south, secure some water elementals, whatever. Do everything in my power to secure this area, and then and only then proceed further. The alternative, obviously, is to secure this area a bit, secure this area enough. Go over here to the Aqua Tent, go through the lifts, and try to get to Krager as quickly as possible. Because perhaps with every passing moment, things are snowballing out of control, and to my disadvantage. Now, I can't help but feel like I ought to attack Sir Gallant, but I also want to replenish the mana to be able to replenish my ranks. Alright, they gave me the time. That's really gallant. That's quite nice of them. I don't want this guy to get more water elementals. It's bad enough as it is. Alright, fine. Let's head on south and attack Dimitri first, I guess. No, I need to get to Sir Gallant. Is this Natasha? No, it's Roxana. Fair enough, fair enough. I could hypothetically get the liches eventually, however, curiously enough, that contingent of zombies and mummies is doing reasonably well. Although I guess I could replace one of them. If Blue has no town left, Blue is truly awkwardly positioned. No, that's not necessarily right. For all I know, Blue has just defeated Red. And is doing rather magnificently. Look at the weasel. Oh, no, I let that happen. And he'll have a week's worth of reinforcements waiting for him, though. Ugh. I've accomplished nothing. I didn't expect him to have such amazing range, but then again, I guess he's on familiar territory. He's not traveling across a snowy field or anything like that. Alright, let's get those reinforcements. I'll wait until I have all of them ready, and then and only then shall I actually deliver them with Roxy. Oh, look at this! Ah. So I could have had such an easy fight. Instead, these units could have been mine. This is completely and utterly unnecessary, but hopefully this guy has pathetic stats. No, he's got great stats. Oh, I should have stayed in the castle. Hopefully this won't cost me. I might just lose here. Or at the very least have horrible severe losses. Look at this nonsense. Alright, 8 bone dragons left. It's not that bad. I could animate them, hypothetically. But let's not quite yet. Ah, they're going down so quickly. No! Actually, even if they all go down, I can still replenish the ranks. Animate the dead. Fall bone dragons, rise from the dead. It's all the way up to 9. So there was no overheal, so to speak. Oh my poor vampire lords, this was all so unnecessary. So utterly unnecessary, so pointless. I should have stayed in here, I should have dug my heels in. Sank my fangs in. And instead of that, I'm losing basically all the precious bone dragons I've acquired so far, completely needlessly. They do replenish the ranks. I still can't get through. Oh, the walls are still up. Look at these guys. With their defenses, they're basically indestructible. I just can't damage them. They go down by 2s. And there go all the bone dragons. All the precious bone dragons I've been collecting for so long. So unnecessarily squandered. And then will go the vampire lords. Just single one left. Just one. Oh dear. The spell was significantly more effective than anything else. Down go the vampire lords. How many skeletons will die? 26 in a single attack. Alright, these guys should all be slain in one attack, finally. Ten skeletons slain at a time by the towers. Dear. Well, there I go. This could have been a cakewalk. But no, I have failed. Spectacularly. Let's get wisdom and advanced. Really? Navigation and Eagle Eye again? Fine. Is navigation really useful? Will I ever sail here? I'm tempted to take Eagle Eye, all things considered. 20% chance to learn any first and second level spell? That's so pathetically weak. I'll take navigation. That was so utterly dreadful. I regret everything. It was just the perfect storm too. Had I stayed A single day longer. Until day 1, I would have been fine. Had I waited a bit, recruited reinforcements over at that castle, at the very least I would not have had to fight those same reinforcements. But no, I've made all the mistakes and I paid the price. And this might ultimately set me back enough so that I won't be able to recover. Actually, why am I recruiting mummies? I should take this opportunity to get all the power liches. Oh look, the peasants are available, left here unrecruited. And he can then Trail Lightning. He might as well also rest up, replenish mana. Actually, you know what? I have a better plan. First of all, let's flag the gold mine, since it is so damn precious. Second of all, let's see this. The keyword is rescue. Red one is vampire. This is rescue. This is so expensive. Fine, let's trade for gold. I desperately need it anyway. That's basically nothing, that's a pittance! A pittance, I say! Let's try to deliver some reinforcements at the very least. It's better than nothing. Stay on over here and replenish your mana. Now by this point, if Blue had absolutely no castles, he'd presumably get desperate and would try to attack Basenji. Although you never know with these guys. Yeesh. I still can't get over that horrible tactical decision. Oh, she teaches navigation. That's even worse. Let's get more knowledge. Flag this. Whoa, no, not the... No! Well, I'll be. It would appear that my foe has learned Dimension Doll. And just when I thought things couldn't get any worse. Alright. Alright, I think the plan over here is reasonably clear. I could hypothetically send Sandro all the way here south to deal with blue forces. However, I am that is blue! That is blue! Well, maybe I ought to head on south. I could hypothetically go all the way back, but I don't think Halon is that much of a threat. Hold on. I have a burning question. What is the most powerful hero for blue? Okay, it's Ruby. You know, you raise a very good point. The last thing I need is to start losing mines. So let's recruit, say, Ranlu. And wipe that guy out. I don't mean wiping Ranlu out. Whatever. Just attack him head on immediately. He's got basically nothing. Look at this. He just got recruited, somehow has managed to learn the right spell. And now he thinks he's all that. Oh, you can also cast that, fair enough. Of course, after all, he had to have been recruited from someplace. Ow. What do you mean he got through the gate? Oh my goodness, he did! Of course he did! Why would I even expect the... It's no longer safe. Well then, I still believe the smarter option for me right here is to deliver the reinforcements and have Sandro head on south through here, rather than to go through the gate. I think going directly south is the way to go. Yes, going is indeed the way to go. Staying in place is not the way to go. Alright. I won't be able to recruit the water elementals until I lose enough units, which presumably will happen soon enough. Unfortunately. Let's stay over here with Ranlu. Play it safe a bit. It's a whole new week. All the mines over here have been flagged. If they do not know Dimension though, then this castle is safe. Oh my god. I should have saved and reloaded or something. I just can't get over all those unnecessary losses. I think I can still win despite that, but my goodness, was that a mistake, wasn't it? Although I tend to linger on these negative thoughts extensively and completely needlessly. And it doesn't do me much good either. Well, lessons learned. Here's a magic well, so if I have to replenish my mana points, I'll be able to. Well, if I want to replenish my mana points, it's not like I have to be forced into replenishing my precious mana. Those are sizable reinforcements, I should be able to deliver them. But alas, I have to hold the fort, so to speak. Alright, Blue, where are you and what are you doing? Oh look, another bridge. Power Lich is next. What did I decide to retain? The mummies or the zombies for some reason? There's just more of them left, I guess. Getting anxious. Will I be able to manage? Or was that crucial mistake enough to sink all of my hopes? I do have 2 gold mines. I am doing reasonably well. So aside from that single blunder, I may yet be fine. Yeah, and I have a full batch of reinforcements right here, ready. I just can't really deliver them. It's too far away. That's too remote of a place. Alright, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Blue player has been vanquished. Maybe that was the final castle. Trying to deliver them through the gate seems vaguely suicidal. Either way, I am left against green. Or maybe, just maybe, yes. Perhaps green is now a horrifying, nigh unstoppable force. Unstoppable. Where are the lifts? There they are! You know, you are absolutely 100% perfectly correct. Wait, what? Oh no, that's the tent. That's the tent, not the gate. And that's Rockhaven. And this is Ambrose. Sitting smugly over there. Alright, the plan sounds reasonable. I think I ought to attack Ambrose first, then take on Rockhaven further down the line. But yes, I'll deliver reinforcements through the gates. I have to remember the keywords. For red, it's vampire. It's rescue for teal. That's all I know for now. Ooh, I can also attack the graveyard. Let's see what I can get from the... Come on, stop playing. There we go. Stay fall. If I go through the lifts, I'll end up here, too close to the castle for my taste. Alright, let's end the turn. See what happens. Oh, that's the single hero remaining for green as far as I can tell. Oh, that's just Peachy then. Alright, let's veer off to the side over here. It's day 5. Almost there. Alright, fine. Let's take these forces and deliver them. Is there anything else? Yeah, just a couple of mummies. I think I'll just take this. I could wait until next week. Let's not. Perfect. Alright. Let's transfer units over. This might just work if barely. If it doesn't, I'm going to be kicking myself for having made that crucial mistake. Although, with all the lessons learned, I will be able to do much better next time. These are the forces. They are sizable, I'll grant you that much, but not impossible to defeat. And it is day 6, so he won't get the benefit of reinforcements from next week. However, that's not the strongest hero for green, is it? This is paltry, look at this. Just 2 Crusaders. 7-8 fall versus 2-7 12-7. Let's start out by a nice round of, I don't know, chain lightning. That was nice, wasn't it? Yes, that's quite a few rangers. Maybe I should have blinded them instead of that lightning chain, but I can just block them. It's gonna be fine. It's not gonna be fine. They're gonna kill the vampires. No, they're not. No, they're not! Though they may be rangers, they are disadvantaged in melee, and in melee they only stab once. So no. They're not going to suddenly overcome the vampire lords. Of course, the Lich's wretch. I could steel skin those vampire lords. I could also replenish some of them. What do I actually want? Let's Cold Ray the rangers. That ought to be incredibly effective. That was somewhat effective. Retaliate. do you mean 3 rangers perish? What the hell? That spell is incredibly effective, apparently. Really? That steel skin is keeping them all alive. There was 10 vampire lords attacking them. And only 3 went down, only 3 rangers. Bah. Let's dispel this. I think that's more effective than just dealing direct damage. I don't want to suffer collateral damage, so let's hold off with that attack. Replenish the ranks of the vampire lords. They are down to 4, and I can't get through the moat. The fortifications yet hold. How many did I have? I think I ought to replenish the ranks of my vampires. Or vampire lords, rather than the bone dragons. I'm not sure that's actually wise, but whatever, let's do that. I will be able to... yeah, I will be able to resurrect a couple more bone dragons if I choose to wait. Let's do that. Another turn begins. I attack. I animate dead on the bone dragons, restoring 2. So I'm back at 6. And I've only lost 10 power liches in this encounter, gaining a whopping 90 false skeletons. So I'm all the way up to 268 skeletons. I should get the shrine back home. Ballistics or scouting? Ballistics, please. Have I eliminated green? No, I haven't. What does that tell me? That green still has castles out there, at the very least heroes. The only thing remaining unrecruited over here are the peasants, which was to be expected. Green is a warrior, so it's somewhat unsurprising that he managed to subjugate everyone. And notably, unfortunately, Green has the highest number of castles, heroes, gold, wood and all. That doesn't bode particularly well considering the fact that I have 3 castles at my disposal. If we are not even tied, then he has at the very least 4 castles to himself. That's plenty. Indeed, I have a very quick route for the reinforcements. Get them through here, through the lifts, all the way over there. I will also have to move swiftly. I can't lose out all that momentum I have gained. I will of course have to replenish my mana. That is a priority. And I will get the next week's batch of reinforcements, but that's about it. As soon as I get that, I need to head due east. Of course, I have to flag all of these mines in the area. And I have to visit this particular tent, but I don't have to use my primary hero to visit tents. As soon as all that's over, I have to... Actually, even before replenishing the mana, I think I have to flag the gold mine. It's a go. This is the current situation. I have just conquered the castle of Rockhaven. I have a clear path over here to get reinforcements from my castle of Black Fang over here at Black Fang. I could hypothetically get the shrine. I do have the resources for that particular purpose. And I might just do that soon enough. Should I feel so inclined. There are alternatives, of course. I could get the Mage Guild or do any number of other things. But getting the shrine seems prudent. There are basically no reinforcements here other than the royal mummies. In reasonably sizable quantities, there's 24 of them here, 6 there, so that's a whopping total of 30 if I wanted to reinforce my primary hero of Sandro. I could do just that, however there exist alternatives to that solution. quite compelling alternatives at that. For instance, I have all the units he's got all the units he's got, obviously. And I'm not sure I want to swap out anything out of that. I could hypothetically swap out the zombies, but presumably not the skeletons that he's gathering more and more with each passing turn. Furthermore, as far as swapping out is concerned, if I were to swap out any units, I would presumably swap them out for the water elementals available at this water summoning altar. I think I might be willing to do that, and if I am, then I'm going to have to hurry. After all, I do want to proceed due east as soon as humanly possible. Now, now of course everything shifted to the right, so I can no longer see my notes. Let me try to fix that. Oh, of course, I can't actually fix it. Well, either way, the red password is vampire, the teal one is rescue. I don't think that matters anymore. But, those are the passwords. Yeah, this is a side effect of how I have my monitor set up. Well, anyway. No matter what, I'm going to end the turn right here. I was supposed to get the gold mine as quickly as humanly possible, and then proceed east after receiving, I don't know, a week's worth of reinforcements at most. At that point, I shall be on my way. Once again, all I have to figure out at this particular point is whether I want to swap the mummies out for anything over here, and where, if anywhere, I want to put the water elementals that are quite precious. Is it better to have some water elementals than to have, say, 60 mutant zombies? I'm not so sure about that. Although getting them instead of measly 10 vampire lords might just prove to be prudent, even though, technically, vampire lords are of a higher tier. I still have not dispatched the Crusaders, and I don't think I'll have an easy time doing that. I also have a single mine to flag over there. And I have not yet visited the Blue Traveler's tent. With Ranlu over here on his merry way. I might as well divert him. I might as well have him flag what there is to flag, visit what there is to visit, and check the password. Instead of sending him all the way back. I wanted to send him back because I expected him to get pounced on by enemy forces, but that has obviously not happened, and since it has not happened yet, I presume it will not happen. It will not happen anytime soon. I could gather additional resources in the area, but instead let's send... What's your name, lady? Cassandra? Roxana, that's Roxy. I might as well send Roxy over here to gather reinforcements as they appear the very next turn. Hello there, Flame, once again. It's really nice to have you. Oh dear, well, I have a number of choices. I might as well go for the gold mine right now, although I could hypothetically just step into the castle, get what's there, and refuse to move out. Instead, choosing to replenish my mana points, but I think it's such a tiny trip, I might as well afford it. Although I spoke too soon, I have proven to be wrong. I cannot step back into the castle this turn, I'm a single movement point off. But that's okay, I guess. Also, I have contemplated raiding this graveyard. Now, if... it got raided already, which it probably did. I will not lose any morale since the living dead do not have morale to speak of. And hello, Ricardo. I know that it's very... Hold on. Presumably late for you, although it might be bordering on early hours. So I do appreciate your presence as well, all the more. Let's see now. As I was saying, I have contemplated raiding the graveyard. I might find some artifact there, although it's more than likely that having visited everything green has already plundered the graveyard and there's nothing for me to find there other than just agitated living dead. Also, what do we have over here in this castle? Anything of interest? Not really. There's a couple of spells, but nothing too fancy, nothing too fascinating. Also, this teaches the Fireball spell, which I do believe I have available over here on this scroll. And learning it from the castle makes acquisition of the scroll completely pointless as an endeavor, so let's skip that entirely. It's the week of the Weasel. Might as well rally those troops. Do you actually rally the undead? Do you just collect them? I don't know, you gather them in some form or another. You send out an undead herald for all I know. No, hold on, why am I even... No, you visit every single one of the dwellings personally, obviously, that's why I have to click on them. That's how they do it. I have plenty of resources left over. I might as well get the shrine to provide my heroes with more necromancy, and I might just be on my way through the lifts onto the other side and to deliver reinforcements as swiftly as humanly or necromancedly possible. Now the next step will be... I am tempted to skip that entire procedure. I am increasingly tempted to just skip that, because I would have to take a single step north, at which point I would have to end the turn with Sandro. Seems completely pointless, such a waste of time, and I am in a bit of a hurry, am I not? But the alternative, of course, is to not replenish mana and instead just barrel directly for the graveyard, get into a scuffle. Should I actually do that? Doesn't sound like the best of ideas. Although I could hypothetically go over here, get the reinforcements, visit the graveyard, then immediately head back, replenish the mana as soon as humanly possible, then head east. That sounds significantly more shrewd. But I guess I might as well pose the question to you. Do you think I should visit the graveyard immediately, or do you think I instead should replenish my mana first, to be prepared for anything and everything? Decisions. I also don't know what the delay is like, so I have no clue when you will hear that question. Of course, people on YouTube will hear that question in possibly months. But I digress. Yeah, I also think so. So I could hypothetically gain some experience from the entire endeavor, but other than that, it's going to be pretty useless. I'm still tempted to check. I could also... Oh, I have to venture south in order to get more defense and to see what's over here, if anything. Oh, and I should visit the Tree of Knowledge in order to level up. There's so many things worth visiting. And of course, one has to be able to pick them out from the scenery, but that's just a matter of experience, isn't it? Alright, so there's the graveyard, there's the Tree of Knowledge, there's this building, that the fort, I believe, that provides +1 defense permanently. Mana is really precious. He's got 13 spell power. He's a necromancer, so a magic hero. The ability to cast spells is his greatest asset. Okay, you know what? Fine, you've convinced me. I'll step over here, learn all the spells, and end the turn, replenishing the mana. Then and only then shall I proceed. Alright, speaking of all of that... Hold on, have I actually sent Sandro to get more knowledge? Yes, I have, thank goodness. Now Ranlu will run all the way to the summoning altar in order to get some water elementals as soon as humanly possible. Now, since Sandro has replenished all of his strength, all of his points, why does he have fewer movement points than he did last time? That's ridiculous. Am I seeing this correctly? Last turn I was able... Yeah, last turn I moved him into the... Oh, right, because I've moved him into the castle without spending his movement points. Fair enough. Fair enough. There he goes. Now Roxy will deliver the reinforcements to him. That's 50% more bone dragons. That is not an insignificant amount in the grand scheme of things. Well, in the grand scheme of things suggests that I'm talking in absolute terms rather than in relative terms. What I do mean is that in relative terms, it is quite a few. Those bone dragons have proven to be extremely useful. Oh look, it's green, it's green, it's green, green is here. It's Tyro, and his forces are the most unimpressive. Well, I guess I am giving very little choice. I could hypothetically send Roxy all the way over here to Rockhaven. I also think... Yeah, I also think what I need to do is recruit some units over here in order to be able to defend this place to the best of my abilities. I'm not going to recruit units in every single place I own, since that is beyond my means, but I will do my best to at least recruit some token forces. Let's recruit... I'm sorry, Dimitri, a level 12 knight? I think that's the guy I've just defeated last time. Look at this! The enemy keeps refusing to recruit them, although those may be heroes belonging to a faction that I have already defeated, so that may be the reason. Either way, I just got myself a level 12 hero. He's mine, and he's got an army. He's dug himself in. Now, how powerful is Tyro? No matter how powerful he may be, his army is puny, absolutely pathetic. And guess what? That's not the most powerful hero for green. Well, I don't know if I should treat that as good or bad information. Good for him, I guess, that he's got more powerful heroes, but still, that's well, pathetic, that's paltry. What he's sending against me is just, well, falling short of my expectations, I guess. Alright then, I could immediately head back, go over here, and try to stop Tyro. Although, I guess I will not. Now, this might be another move that I will sorely regret, but let's hope not. The last time I decided to move out of a castle, I've regretted it for the next, I don't know, hour. Still, let's visit the graveyard, search the graves. That lowers my morale. I don't care because I don't have morale. And this gives me additional defense, which puts me at a slight advantage. Now, Sandro's got 2 attack and 8 defense. Let's compare that with the most powerful hero for the enemy faction. 2-8 versus 7-7, so I've got more defense than this guy's got attack, although significantly less attack than he's got defense. So I'll not be taking too much damage on my units, but I will be dealing very little. Actually, I will be taking a reasonable, fair amount of damage. And dealing a very poor one. So that's nothing to brag about. This time, I have indeed recruited a hero in the correct city. So I'm making tiny baby steps towards, well, I wouldn't call it optimization, but tiny improvements are made. Although, one might argue that this was... actually, this wasn't a coincidence. I recruited him over here on purpose in order to defend this particular castle. However, what I believe should have also been a consideration was something else entirely. Yes, you are absolutely correct. I need to visit the Tree of Knowledge. Also, yeah, also the tent. And on top of that, I need to get the water elementals. I actually don't need to get them, but it would be nice to do so. These heroes are level 1, so I don't have to worry about them. However, anytime a hero pops up that's not level 1, someone I have defeated already, I might as well deny him to my enemy by recruiting him. It's also reasonably nice to have that hero recruited, so as to be able to, I don't know, move him around the map, possibly fight with him. Does he have wisdom? He's got basic wisdom, so he can learn tier 4 spells. Not half bad. I could hypothetically attack Tyro, but let's not go that far. I think Dimitri over here will be powerful enough to deal with Tyro on his own. I am putting a lot of faith in him. And I will only send Sandro to visit the Tree of Knowledge. He doesn't have to be personally present when visiting the tent. That's superfluous. And he also doesn't have to recruit the water elementals himself. He can send out an envoy. Oh, you've just flagged my gold mine. That's a bit of a dick move. How many movement points do you have, Tyro boy? Now, of course, the more I think about it, the more logical this is. Of course, he's called Tyro, and that does mean someone inexperienced. So there's that. My worst fears have come to life. He has flagged the gold mine for a single turn. How shall I ever deal with this? And I just... Damn it! I knew it would happen! Of course! Every time! Oh... Yeah, I get out of there to reflag it, and yoink! He takes it for himself! Oh, come on, Tyro. At least there was no one there. And you know what's even better? He left some units there, so now he has split his forces. Alright, Dimitri. Get this done. Ugh, I should have just stayed inside the castle, possibly. But there are no good options here, are there? If I stay inside the castle, I lose the income. Nice lightning. No, he's going to... Well, there go my archers. Yeah, he'll get some experience. Let's see if he manages against this. This is not an insignificant force, mind you. Oh great, the peasants get an additional move. Unfortunately, they're stuck. As much as I would like to give them the opportunity to attack. Lightning bolt! Come on now. Two left. The peasants get to attack again! I could blind... I think it's better to paralyze him. But I think I'll just lightning bolt him to death. Also, look at the number of mana points on Dimitri. It's quite astonishing. 7 knowledge? But yeah, he'll just die. No artifacts acquired. Pathfinding, all ballistics at stake. Pathfinding. And deal with the few crusaders left at the castle? Oh, this might be... I can always run away. Should I choose 2? I think, as long as I can cast lightning bolts, I may very well get the opportunity to lightning bolt him to death. Although the castle defenses are going to be a pain to deal with. Never mind. The lightning bolt does its job, and with no stat boost from a hero, that was a relatively easy fight, although this shouldn't have happened in the first place. However, I did manage to retake the place, the mine is mine, and all is well, at least for now. That was definitely harder than it should have been. Alright, 10 gems. Do I even have 10 gems? Yes, I do. Defense +1. And now, more wisdom, all better ballistics. Give me the wisdom. Maybe I should have picked ballistics. Taking down walls is important, but high-level spells are quite valuable. Now, if I could only get 1 more crystal, which I absolutely can, I can get the 5th level of the Mage Guild, where I'll be able to learn something, possibly. Like Dimension Doll. That would be quite handy, wouldn't it? I can and will recruit 9 water elementals, my goodness. I could also wait until next week to get even more of them. Might be worth it. I'm almost certain it'll be worth it. So let's get a few more water elementals, then a few more units out of Black Fang, and we'll be done at that point. That's my current plan. 1 more week's worth of reinforcements. And some more water elementals, at which point... Oh, and of course, a level 5 mage guild, at which point we shall head east. To find and dispatch Krager. Oh, by the way, as far as the number of castles is concerned, how are we doing on that? Unfortunately, Green still has more castles than I do, which is disturbing. We can't dawdle for too long. Although the tide will ultimately end up being against me. Look, there's a castle over there, right there. The Castle of Hampshire. And the defenses over there are absolutely paltry, pathetically weak. And look at me now, twiddling my thumbs, not doing much of anything. Seriously, what is the plan supposed to be here? Am I really to wait to day 1? I think I will wait to day 1. The only thing I can do is get that 5th tier of the Mage Guild, which I will. Fingers crossed. Let's hope it's Dimension Doll. It's Resurrect True, which is completely pointless with no non-undead units, unless you count the elementals. I'm not sure they really count as living. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Right, it's day 7. Let's reveal some more territory. Just to be on the safe side. Is there 3 putting him on the safe side? Whatever. Let's head a smidgen further to the southwest instead to be closer. Ah, yes, that is a very good point. Yes, based on the faction, you might just have a higher chance of getting a particular type of spell in a given town. By which logic, I might as well try to say get tier 5 Mage Guild over here, but that would require too many resources. I am not generating any crystals. No, I am generating 1 crystal per turn, but it would be excruciatingly slow to upgrade the Mage Guild at this point, unless I was willing to trade, which would still consume a lot of resources. It could hypothetically be done, though. Alright, this is the next week. Let's get a few more water elementals. Just 2 more, all the way up to 11. Heading on south, visiting everything since it's a new week. Yeah, it does make perfect logical sense, and I think it's also the case in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. That's one of those quality of life improvements that have made it all the way to this game. As far as I remember, anyway. I might be misremembering horribly. But I might as well have Sandro learn the spell. And since I've moved Dimitri out, I might haven't given him the reinforcements he needed, but that's okay. He will just head north and check the password for me really quickly. Now, as far as this place is concerned, let's recruit some more units in order to transfer them, you know the drill. Alright, Ranlu. Get a move on. We don't have much time. I should deliver the reinforcements swiftly instead of heading west and wasting time getting additional resources. Alright, all of that transferred through the lifts. Do it enough for the password, yada yada yada. I'm not going to visit the water wheel. Let's just wait inside the castle. In a defensive posture, here's an enemy hero. What does he have? We cannot say. He's at the very edge of my vision. Alas, alas. I really shouldn't head south. Then I'm going to... No, that's Dimitri. Never mind. Let's not head east. Let's not try to cut this guy off. Let's just... leave him be for now. Of course, he's out of reach, and this is Lord Kilburn. He very well may be the most powerful hero on the enemy side. No, he's not. Oh, look, it's Tyro. He's level 11, and I can recruit him. This is amazing. They just keep giving me these heroes. And as I keep recruiting them, after they die... Green keeps losing them. Which means that he keeps re-recruiting lower tier units. Oh, and I could hypothetically bring, I don't know, 12 Crusaders all the way south and have them fight alongside Bone Dragons. Which I'm fairly confident is going to displease them quite a bit. Imagine that. I could hypothetically do that. I'm not sure I should, but I certainly could. Once again, I have 2 castles for the night, so that can compound quite quickly. As time goes on, I will certainly have more Knights units available than I will those for the Necromancer. Have I forgotten to pick up a unit? I think I might have forgotten to pick something up. No, I did not take them. No, I took everything. Hold on. No. Those are all the reinforcements delivered. Anyway, let's send Ranlu. No, that's suicidal. They are a backup plan. By the way, the blue keyword is rainbow. I'm going to write that down. Lest I forget. Oh, look, view towns. That sounds vaguely useful. Where are the towns? Oh, there they are. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the green castles. And here's yellow. All the way over there. All the way to the northeast. Well, if the hordes of the undead perish, or get destroyed more accurately, then I don't think there's much saving us, is there? No, what is that? Hold on, is that a mine I have you... Nope, that's just some ore that I forgot to acquire. That's pathetic. Oh no, I've blocked him in. Oh no, I think Roxana is about to die. Yeah, she's just about to die. There's nothing that... Oh no, oh no. Lord Kilburn is just gonna attack her and she'll keel over and die. It's basically inevitable. I've done that to myself. No, it's not happening. Never mind, never mind. Alright, Roxy, head to safety. You've boxed yourself in, you've boxed Sandro in, unfortunately. But maybe, just maybe, you'll be able to make your way to safety. Oh no, if he dispatches my water elementals, I'm going to be moderately miffed. It took me so long to acquire them. And now, they might just be gone in an instant. Alright, Tyro. Where's my beloved backup plan? It's day 5 already. I might as well soon get a new set of reinforcements. Fine. As much of a backup plan as this is, let's make use of it. I mean, why not? I can afford to do this. I'm not gonna recruit the peasants, that would be ludicrous. It's basically never that much of a good idea anyway. What's his wisdom? He's got wisdom on basic. So he can... No, he can learn level 3 spells, tier 3 spells. Not tier 4. But that's okay. Might as well send himself immediately just to possibly be of some help. Ooh, a trick you can employ for extra movement points if you're spending the night in the castle. Do tell, do you mean sending the hero with the reinforcements not directly to the castle, then walking out with the hero that's supposed to receive them, then walking back in? Or do you mean something else, something more intricate and so on? Oh dear, now I'll have to chase this guy down all the way. I've done this to myself. I think Tyro might just be able to take care... No, what? Who am I kidding? Oh yeah, dropping slowly into the garrison. That is a good point. In this case, I might be tempted to say dump the peasants on Dimitri, but it's a little too late for now. For that now. I had my doubt, but look at this falls. 12 Crusaders against several? I think he might just be able to slay Lord Kilburn, but I'm afraid we shall see. Oh, never mind, never mind, never mind. Sandro will get an opportunity to dispatch him. After all. That's 6 Crusaders, not that many. It is still a sizable force. He's only got 5 rangers, which is good. I'll start out with a round of, oh, I don't know, chain lightning. There you go. And now let's deal with the champions. I know the Crusaders are a huge threat. They deal double damage to the living dead, but at the same time I do need to deal with the champions. Oh dear. Okay, over 300 skeletons. Let's do this. Look at that! And 27 skeletons perish. For shame. Let's move the shambling corpses over here. And they're all shambling corpses, I guess. One way or another. No, not my defense. I need that. Stay alive, you know. Alright, speaking of the living dead, let's animate the dead. There we go. Now we have cute little anime skeletons. Kawaii. Which means I've lost nothing. Let me repeat, I've lost absolutely nothing in this fight and gained, oh, I don't know, 76 skeletons off of the corpses of my enemies. And I get a lovely choice between Eagle Eye on one hand and Diplomacy on the other. What shall I pick? The ability to pick up units with a full army and the living dead in it, or the ability to possibly learn a new spell. Let's go with Diplomacy. Anyway, as you will. It's day 7, let's march right into that castle, and tomorrow pick up reinforcements, deliver them to my beloved hero. Oh, and let's set up the conga line, might as well do that. So hold on. We've mentioned ditching slow units, I might as well dismiss the peasants entirely, head all the way north. Can't use Tyro for that purpose. Fine. I think I'll send Ricardo. I think I'll send Dimitri. Too many names. Sorry, Ricardo. I think I'll send Dimitri all the way to the northwest. Wait until next turn. Get the water elementals. Transfer them south. Give them to. That's not Roxy. That's Ranlu. Give them from Ranlu all the way south to Sandro, alongside the reinforcements from the Castle of Blackfang. And then I'll head east. It's not that elaborate though. I think about it. It's not an elaborate plan, it's just going to take a while. Yeah, I hate the conga line. But what can you do? It's all about logistics in this game. In one way or another. And as much as this is not a mechanic, it is a cold dynamic, isn't it? That's just how this game works. And this, I believe, has not been fixed until something like Hero 6 or something. A conga line of animated skeletons, yes! Just clicking their way across the landscape, ah, glorious. That's not just the living dead at that point, that's the living it up dead. Individual... That is a good point. They haven't fixed it by 3. Alright. They figured out a way to fix it by 4, which does make sense. Oh my goodness, this week we got 5 new water elementals. Glorious, absolutely wonderful. Anyway, of course this is an issue they had to grapple throughout the series. It is a fundamental problem. On one hand, obviously you want some continuity, you want fundamental elements of the game. And of course it's very easy to make the game entirely broken if you neglect to consider what implications passing units around can have, if you can just have, I don't know, some sort of a global pool. But at the same time... Heroes Fall was interesting because you decoupled heroes from units, and that had profound implications. I liked that to an extent. Heroes 5 was not basically 3, because in Heroes 5, at the very least, you had the ability to attack with heroes, I believe. They had a basic attack, which was also a fundamental change. So you didn't just have the ability to cast spells on heroes, you could also... not only that, they also had basic abilities to boot, I believe. They were quite customized. But it's more of a matter of factions, I guess. You know, the gating and all those other things. So that's a further differentiation per faction, but not necessarily something you... And then there was, of course, the skill wheel, which was absolutely bonkers. But still something I would consider a positive addition. Quite a few Heroes of Might and Magic games were highly innovative, as much as we may not necessarily like to give them credit for that. Yeah, the more I think about it, I would have to look into it deeper, because I haven't played quite a few of them in a long time. The newest one is what, 7, that I haven't even touched? I have very fond memories of 6. Oh, how much I would love to go back to 6. Unlike 5, it actually had a decent plot as far as I could tell. Actually, I wouldn't even say plot, I think it had the story meshed out properly, which is a different thing. I hope I'm using these terms properly. It's not that the beats of the entire thing as it happens in the world were that bad in 5. The writing was just bad in 5, or maybe even the voice acting, or maybe both. 5 was just cheesy as hell. Peasants upgrade to... Oh, I remember that! Upgrading as the knights, yes! The more I think of... Heroes 5 was the one that finally was at Heroes 5 was a departure in many ways. But in terms of mechanics, it makes perfect sense for Heroes of Might and Magic 5 to be the most samey, so to speak, to be the most similar to, say, Heroes of Might and Magic 3. After all, that's after the series passed from New World Computing all the way, you know, to Ubisoft, I believe. It got bought out, so of course, to respect the IP, they tried not to just toss all the mechanics out the window and make something completely unrecognizable. Once you establish yourself and you show the gamers that you actually can make a decent game within the constraints, then you can innovate to an extent. Rathmund and Jacqueline. But first, in a way, you have to settle in and learn the ropes. Alright, I could hypothetically head east and punish that hero, or I could refuse to. I haven't actually played the Dark Messiah games. You know, there are so many associated games, so many universes. I just remember that the plot of 5 was, well, the writing of 5 was just unbearably cheesy. And yet, at the same time, unbelievable as this may be, I believe 6 has managed to retain some humanity and individuality in the midst of conflict. That's the way I'll put it. There's so many things I would like to play, I don't know anymore. I also have to figure out which RPG series I want to play. That's a tough one. I might even run Apollo or something. Also, the moment I've realized that it's not just a choice between franchises, it's also a choice between, say, countries. If I were to play, on one hand, the Ultima series, the Might and Magic series, of course, or the Wizardry series. That's the USA, the UK, and Japan, I think. I don't know, I might want to play something standalone if I am to play an RPG of some description. Although, I say an RPG, but what I actually mean is a dungeon crawler, which isn't necessarily what the Dark Messiah is. It's more of a... It's more like... Oh goodness, this is really this is really aging me, but yeah, more like Morrowind, right? That sort of RPG. Not open world though, so that's not what I mean. A first-person, non-party based RPG is what I mean essentially, as opposed to a party-based RPG. Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant by Morrowind, as clumsy of a formulation as that is. Yeah, the sort of RPG where you actually walk around as a single character and get stuff done, rather than the sort of RPG where you have a party, like in, I don't know, Eye of Beholder or something. I do love to think about these things, but I should actually get them done. There's so much stuff. Then again, there's so much stuff I have already played and have not yet posted. It's embarrassing, really. I need to get on that, but of course, I'm a busy man. There's so much stuff to get done. So much stuff to get done, indeed. But I need to get a grip and actually get it done, you know? Coming up with excuses is not the way to go. I can come up with excuses all I want, but either I'm gonna do it or I'm not. And if I am gonna do it, then those excuses, well, they're unnecessary, because then I'm just going to do it. And if I'm not gonna do it, then I can make as many excuses as I possibly want. It doesn't matter, because it's all for naught. No, but if... I'm not going to treat the story as optional. I love stories. They really matter to me. Actually, I don't think I've ever played a video game where I treated the story as non-essential to any extent. I may come across games that have horribly written stories. I still try to give them a go. I just don't have a good time of it, but still. Oh, no, I'm actually... Isn't the plot of Doom the same plot? Actually, never mind. I would be comparing two things that I haven't actually played all that much, so that's kind of pointless. No! Not my water elementals, I need them! Damn you! Also, who are you and what are you doing in my kitchen? This is Ruby the Knight. Damn you, look at her stats, look at her stats! 7, 10, 5, 11? What are these stats? That is a good point. But then again, if I play something, I usually just record it as I go anyway. Ugh, what do I do here? Do I just... I don't think there's much of a point in retaining Ranlu. He's extremely weak. I just recruited him on a whim. All that's happening here is I'm just losing Ranlu as a character and that's it. I don't think I can even inflict much damage. Running away is pointless. I'll just lose the units and gain basically nothing. But then again, attacking is also pointless, because I'm not going to take anything down. The water elementals just aren't that powerful. Now let's bloodlust them, see what I can do. That's it! That's it! It's over, it's done! I've wasted too much time. I have replenished all of my mana so I can get Ruby. That's a good point, yes. It wasn't even boiling at that point. I've slightly warmed it up. You need so many jewels to heat up water. I just couldn't provide enough energy. But again, is that a good objective, making them into steam elementals? Anyway, here's Tyro. With his powerful falls. Look at this guy. Waltzing in like he owns the place. He actually does own the place, I guess. I could just march him all the way east. That's something I could do. Who could stop me? Alright, I'll just make Ruby pay for what she's done. I don't think there's a point in recruiting Ranlu. I don't think I can actually recruit Ranlu. He hasn't ran away. No, I can't recruit him. He's died. He's recuperating as we speak. Alright, let's leave Tyro over here, head north with Sandro, and then, and only then, I shall actually venture... If I manage to lose here, I'm going to be quite cross with myself. Don't you dare! These heroes, I swear, look at this nonsense. Now, look, hypothetically, in these circumstances, I could send Tyro to slay Ruby, and then send Sandro directly to the east to conquer castles and so on. And the more I think about it, the more I realize that's not necessarily completely unreasonable. How much is a pack? Several pack. I believe pack is between 10 and 14. Oh, I would be cutting it close. Fine, let's send Sandro. I could soften her up with Tyro. At least then I'll get something out of the guy. Or I could, you know, just keep accumulating forces over there. If only I had the identify hero, but I don't. Yeah, she's got the spell power, but then that's all the more reason possibly to try to attack her with Tyro. Do you think I'll lose horribly? And in that case, once again, isn't it better to soften her up with Tyro and then attack with Sandro? Possibly, you know, soften her up with Tyro, then run away, re-recruit Tyro back at the castle, and attack with Sandro. Or should I just keep him in the castle for no discernible reason whatsoever? Because I could hypothetically just retain him here as defense, but I'm not so sure about that. I could also just end the turn and wait her for attack the castle, but that might be ill-advised. Yeah, you are absolutely yeah, might as well, but then I'll have to replenish the mana once again before I head east. Unless I decide not to use that many spells, which would be a waste. Yeah, let's attack with Sandro anyway. 58? That is rather impressive. Alright. How does this work? If I paralyze now and attack immediately, that clears off paralysis, disables counter-attacking, but does it disable one counter-attack, the first one, or all the counter-attacks? And furthermore, does this not give initiative to this unit next turn to my foe? Because it is an option, but I'm not sure I should go for that. Let's start off with paralysis and see where we can go. Let's deal with the Crusaders first. Oh dear, oh no. No retaliation against Vampire Lords, that's the good part, but oh no. Yes, I have 2 attack and she's got 11 defense. I'm basically doing nothing to her units. Oh no. Well, thankfully I can bring the undead back to unlife reasonably soon enough. No! 9 liches left! Well... See, I could do that, or I could animate the dead. You know, to make my cute little kawaii anime skeletons. Or, you know, animate the liches right now, since I've lost so many. I'm not sure that is the way to go, but I could. I also lost a couple of bone dragons, I guess that's also an option. Or I could paralyze. I could just paralyze to prevent further losses. No, I think I'll animate. 17 power liches replenished, okay. They'll go through 3 weeks of liches, yes. Because I basically have no attack. Look at this nonsense. I have 2 attack, 2 units of attack, that's it. I should just keep blasting them with lightning bolts. 41, that's not that bad. It's pretty bad, but not that bad, I guess. Okay. Alright. Start with paralyzed, then you can animate as you like. They'll be paralyzed. That is a good point. So paralysis into anime. In these circumstances, I think... Hold on, we are on anime right now. What am I, having a stroke? No. We are currently in a situation where the champions are already paralyzed. So I might as well take my sweet time. I could cast Bloodlust on some unit to try to equalize things as much as possible. Here's my idea of how to do it. I could cast Bloodlust on the skeletons, then hack at these guys as the first strike to not receive any retaliation. I could then attack with, say, the Vampire Lords because they do not receive retaliation against them anyway. I can't actually start by attacking with the Power Liches now that there's nothing around, because the paralysis will then wear off, and I believe further counterattacks do happen. So let's start out by casting Bloodlust on the... No, if I cast Bloodlust on the skeletons right here, right now, I will not be able to paralyze these guys back. So let's just wait. Vampire Lords, no retaliation anyway. Fine, let's start out with skeletons. Let's see what I can hack off. Wait, how many have I stained? Let's paralyze them back. Yep, paralyzed on the zombie stone. I just did so. Do not attack with the zombies. Indeed, I would receive retaliation. That would be bad. Alright, what do we do now? $25 on the Bone Dragons, and there's 14 of them. So that's 100 for every fall. That's 3, that's fall. But fall 100. And these guys deal for... So the skeletons deal about twice as much, don't they? About 800 on the skeletons. So I think the skeletons are my best bet at dealing damage. Logos, help me. Fall. Fall. Oh dear. Well, I am going to very soon run out of mana. Yes! Finally! Steelskin has worn off. 5! Wow, that's impressive. You can attack from the units. On the top down going by speed, there is no retaliation from paralysis. How do I know that? Well, I'm about to find out. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I think I've been doing this wrong all this time. That's not how this works. Are my Bone Dragons slightly faster than the champions? Or did I just mess up entirely? Also now oh no, now they're in a corner and I can't get to them. My liches are just gonna die. Oh no, and I can't get the skeletons though. Ah, damn it. Fine. Fine, let's essentially sacrifice the mutant zombies here. Great, now I'm blocked in. The bone dragons have average speed and these guys are ultra fast, so I have no idea what happened though. I don't get it. Further experiments might be warranted. Six points left. So what do I do here? Bloodlust on the skeletons. It's the best I can come up with. Let's do this. Retaliate against the zombies. I don't care about them anyway. Oh look, yeah, they don't retaliate. Of course they don't retaliate. They don't retaliate the entire turn after the paralysis wears off. But there's a tiny bit of a problem, namely you can't see the initiative order, so you don't know when they're about to attack, and after that point they can retaliate, and they will retaliate. Ugh. So that is a bit of an issue. The Bone Dragons are the last unit for the round. Yeah, okay, so that was absolutely ridiculously dumb. So you attack with the zombies and paralyze on the dragon's turn. Gotcha. See, the worst part is that in order to get this right, you have to keep track of so many variables that are hidden from you. As in, I know it now, sure, there's an initiative order going on in the background. And if something is paralyzed until it gets its turn, it cannot retaliate at all. But its turn order is hidden. It depends on the speed, and it's the same order as in combat in general. So you have to remember which unit it goes after, and which unit it goes before, and then once you paralyze it, you attack it with the first unit that attacks after it. And then keep attacking until the unit that attacks before it, at which point you paralyze it again. It's really simple to understand, but of course the single most annoying thing to track is which unit does it attack before and after. It's just the tiny little details that can be so annoying. I've lost quite a few units, although it's nothing I cannot recover from. It's not that bad. It's 43 skeletons. Had I played perfectly, presumably I would have had significantly smaller losses, but that's... Okay! The Defender's Helm of Protection, the White Pearl, a Spell Scroll, the Lightning... Ladies and gentlemen, I have a... well, mostly gentlemen... For now, I have acquired the Lightning Rod, my favorite artifact of the bunch, and with all that spell power, and with both regular lightning and chain lightning, I shall now smite from above. I have also acquired a major scroll of knowledge, perhaps even the major scroll of knowledge, the Nomad's Boots of Mobility, in order to get places faster, and I have replenished 36 skeletons. This is arguably the most important fight of this entire mission. That's it! I have defeated arguably the most important hero out of the entire bunch for green. A major scroll of knowledge, the ability to deal twice as much damage with lightning, the Boots of Mobility that grant me so many movement points. My goodness, was that worth it. That was tremendously, absolutely, entirely worth it. Let's also get pathfinding an expert in order to get places even faster. Oh, was that brilliant or what? Now let's send Tyro to the east. Into exile. He will stand guard over there as I send Sandro to replenish his mana points. Of course, just as you would expect it, he's a single movement point off. Just the tiniest shred out of sync. But you know what? That's okay. That's okay. We deal with things over here. We accept that the universe just insists on mistreating us. Alright, here's Rathman and here's Jacqueline. Notably, I cannot recruit a hero that I've just defeated, but that is once again okay. I could get the Mage Guild tier 5 over here, which is intriguing. I could also trade resources and get yet another cathedral down there, if you know what I mean. And I do mean in the castle down below. All I need are 7 units of crystal. And just like that, I can get... Come on. I can get the cathedral. I'll be generating paladins, and as soon as I upgrade this, I'll be able to get crusaders. Even more of them. Okay, Ricardo, you have an excellent point over there. I presumably should, not to put too fine of a point on it, haul ass to the east as quickly as possible. Instead of dawdling over here getting more reinforcements, as my enemy is getting reinforcements faster. However... Actually, you know what? I have no excuses. I actually have no excuses. You are just right. I should immediately head east. And I will do so as soon as I... Should I even wait for next week's reinforcements? Is that wise? I do need to replenish mana, but should I wait for reinforcements? I'll send Tyro on a scouting mission. That's what I'm officially calling it, and I'm sticking to it. It's not a suicide mission, it's a scouting mission. Milord, I'm sorry. That's okay, buddy, that's okay. Let's visit the Hut of the Magi. Exactly, that is the plan, Flame. I'm just going to blast everything with lightning. Look at this cute little eye. Aren't you the cutest little organ on a stalk I've ever seen? It's because I haven't seen many organs on stalks, mostly. Yeesh. Here's the Chill Castle of Chilton. Actually, that's not particularly impressive. Look at that. I can demolish that in an instant. There's a slightly bigger problem over here in Lord Krager, who's got a sizable force that I will soften up first and foremost, instead of just charging blindly into it with my most powerful hero in order to lose all the artifacts I have acquired over such a long period of time. Yeah. Have you checked the weather report? Some intermittent storms are heading your way. All right then. I could send Tyro a smidgen further north, or, you know, I could just replenish his forces. And the more I think about it, the more sense it makes. And once again, I don't want to be overcome with hubris over here. I know that taking my sweet time is potentially putting me further and further behind. Acquiring all those artifacts and recruiting all those high-level heroes has put me at a decent advantage. Now, I've just slain a really powerful hero for green, which unfortunately wasn't the highest tier 1, was she? No, she wasn't. However, there'll be a bit less of a disparity now. As you can see, this hero for green only has 7 defense, which is a smidgen less of a chasm than what I had to deal with previously. And that really nicely meshes with my 11 points of defense. I won't be taking that much damage anymore, and I will have a slightly higher chance of actually dealing some. Let's wait until tomorrow until I can gather an overwhelming force and possibly recruit... Is there any point whatsoever in trying to recruit these water elementals? I'll have what, 3 of them or something? It's pathetic, it's nothing. The actor has like 99 crusaders. Oh dear. Well, tell you what, I think I'll use the conga method again, instead of waiting for water elementals, which are not gonna happen, so to speak. I'll just send all the Knight's forces all the way south and deploy them on Tyro. I will still use Sandro in order to conquer and cast lightning bolts and so on, but I think Tyro deserves a sizable force. He'll be my second in command. Alright. So anything else I want to do? Anything else at all? I don't think so. Let's end the turn. Nothing happens. It's the week of the Ant. Let's immediately include reinforcements and get that over with. I was curious. Have I lost any stacks? No, all the stacks are there. Never mind. Alright, let's head through the lifts. Dun, 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 and all the way to Sandro. Meanwhile, it's a tad more complicated as far as the Knight's forces are concerned, you see. Wait, hold on, man. New heroes. Oh! Oh, yes! Yeah, what's the situation with the artifacts? Well, I'm not going to ditch the breastplate of Anduran or the helmet of Anduran. I could ditch the lightning helmet. I won't be taking any damage from lightning spells, possibly. The caster's bracelet is very good. Keeping that, keeping the spade, keeping the helm, keeping the white pearl. Death wave, I don't think I need that. Keeping the lightning rod, the scroll, the nomad's boots. I don't think I really want to ditch much of anything. Possibly the helmet. Maybe one scroll. So there's that. But more importantly than anything, look at this. I can recruit Ruby. She's right here. Just casually available. Now the bad news is that I won't have much to do with Jacqueline, but I guess I could hypothetically send her all over the place too. I don't know what she's supposed to do. There's not much for her to do anyway. She might visit the windmills or something. But the plan is to immediately recruit Ruby. At level 15, she is a force to be reckoned with. Look at her over there, with estates, logistics an expert, and so on. And now let's give her a sizable force. But yes, the perspective of losing artifacts weighs heavily upon my conscience. Still, I think I should be fine. How dare you! How dare you suggest I should leave the spade? I went through so much to acquire it. But yeah, I hypothetically could. By the way, do you think I should actually rely on Ruby or Tyro? Tyro's level 11 and Ruby is, I don't know, level 15. Perhaps, just perhaps, we have to consider putting Ruby in charge. She's got 4 levels on Tyro. And as I have mentioned, Tyro basically means inexperienced, doesn't it? 7533 versus 7147 with nothing else. I think Ruby is a clear winner here, and I think she essentially will take everything. Oh yes, there is shall we say a rift. A bit of a pronounced difference, if you will. And as such, I think I'm putting Ruby in charge of everything. Now Tyro over here, he's a nice guy and I respect him a great deal, but come on now. Okay, everything over here has been recruited. Now I'll worry about the other castles soon enough. Let's just get those reinforcements and head east. And quickly too. And Tyro, of course, all proud of himself, says, I'm level 11! Who are you to judge me? And of course she's level 15. Her stats are immense. And she knows it. Oh, I know what Tyro could hypothetically do if it wasn't for the fact that he's far, far away right now. He could deliver the artifacts. Alright then. Since you have so wisely suggested this, I might as well take off the helmet and the spell scroll. I'm not ditching the spade. Not happening. And the stat granting artifacts stay. So does that. So that's 3 slots left, which is plenty. Now Roxy over here. Roxy is supposed to deliver reinforcements. She's not supposed to deliver artifacts. Yeah, whatever. I'm sure we'll find plenty of people who can deliver artifacts. It's not too demanding of a job, really. It's quite simple. But since I have delivered the reinforcements, it's finally time to head east. And of course, with Tyro heading all the way north. What a mess. Jacqueline heading over here in order to, I don't know, visit some windmill or whatever. Or a water wheel. Here's Ruby on her way to be delivered all sorts of forces to bolster her sizable might. That is indeed a good question. And the answer to that is a resounding no. The only reason he knows it is because of the spell. So I'm keeping the spell for now. Here's Eri with a false, and he's presumably pathetically weak. Let's make mincemeat out of him. Indeed, it was one of the choices at the start. And I think I chose wisely. I had my doubts, but I think that was the way to go. This might... I'm not sure about that. Should I cast Chain Lightning? It might just pulverize me, for all I know. It's so powerful. Let's do it anyway. It was the way to go! No retaliation on the Vampire Lords. You've already moved. Slice! Down you go! 48 skeletons acquired. Yeah, it's hypothetically possible that one of these shrines has it, but I don't think so. I would have to check the recording, that's the only way to know for sure. Beyond a certain level of complexity, it gets so confusing with all these heroes moving around. And arguably the simplest way to fix that is to just zoom out the map a bit. It's so simple, and of course you can't do that in the original game, but you can arguably mod it in order to accomplish that. It's not beyond the realm of possibility. Actually, being able to zoom out is such a quality of life improvement. It's just amazing. It's always the scroll. Always the scroll. That sounded vaguely Marvel. Alright, sending Ruby further down south. Oh, I'm sorry, she's supposed to visit the castle, obviously, because there are reinforcements that are supposed to be there anyway, at some point in the future. Oh, look, here's Ranlu. We don't want him. You have failed me for the last time, Ranlu. Also, I can obviously get the upgraded cathedral to get more paladins. More attack, that's quite important, all things considered. Alright, no spells to cast, never mind. Dimitri, cast view towns. Where are the towns? They are right there. Fine, I should head north then. Not waste time meandering through here. Just go over there. Get the towns. That's a knight's castle, another knight's castle. And then, of course, oh, I don't know, a knight's castle and a knight's castle. And finally, in this corner over here, a knight's castle. I think I will be attacking with the Crusaders very, very soon. I think I should absolutely go for Hampshire right here, right now, before I get steamrolled. Because with every passing turn, obviously I'm losing initiative. I am falling further and further behind in terms of resources. So let's at least handle that as quickly as humanly possible. Here's Ruby. Let's give her the artifacts. At which point we can send Roxy back through the lifts. Here's Dimitri, what's he supposed to do? He's supposed to visit the water wheel, but that's too soon. Here's Tyro, he's allegedly supposed to acquire the water elementals. Allegedly. These secondary heroes are just milling about and not doing much of anything. They are just there as background noise. It's all about Sandro and Ruby at this point. I know what they could do. They could hypothetically flag all these places. I did ruin the armies, I recruited the heroes, and I will soon conquer the castles. So yes, the fatal blow has been dealt. And I've also gathered all the artifacts with that notable defeat that gave me the lightning rod and so on. So yes, at this point I'm in the driver's seat, I'm firmly in control. All they have for now are these castles. That's it, and that's something I'm about to take away from them. This castle didn't even have a hero to defend it. So they were just throwing things at the wall and seeing if they stick. Which they did not. They did not stick. Let's deal with the rangers at close range. No! Don't stab my vampire lords. How dare you. Shamble! Alright, fine. Let's bring back the liches. Bring back a single lich, I guess. Liches get stitches. 97 skeletons. Wonderful. Ballistics unadvanced or states unexpert. Ballistics, please. And just like that, this place is mine. It's under my firm control. I can recruit anything over here. Can't learn too many spells, not quite yet, but I could hypothetically fix that if it wasn't for the fact that I want to acquire Crusaders and another castle entirely, so let's not do that. Not yet. But yes, victory is essentially inevitable at this point, which means that I'm in the mop-up phase. That's it, nothing interesting is gonna happen. This playthrough. Not in this scenario. It's all just mop-up. Now, of course, there's a confrontation with Krager, who's got a sizable force, which means that I'll have to spend a decent bit of time acquiring more units, so I can throw all the Crusaders at him to soften him up and then finish him off with Sandro. Or I could hypothetically grant Sandro all of those units instead of having them on Ruby, and I can attack with Crusaders against his Crusaders, crushing him that way. I could throw one wave after another at him. Possibly. I don't think I am allowed to lose Sandro, considering the fact that he's wielding all those powerful artifacts. So from a plot-based point of view, if I lose Sandro somehow, I'm losing the 2 artifacts I have gathered out of the 3, and since Lord Krager has the 3rd one, he'll become essentially all powerful. Is it satisfying to crush the enemies? I mean, you could argue that it's among the finest things in life, but come on now. I guess it depends. To a certain extent, it can outstay its welcome, I would say. And once again, I guess it's not that... It's not that decisive, because there's still Lord Krager, who does have a sizable falls, and even though I can absolutely crush him, it'll not be as easy as crushing all of his little lackeys from green. So I can't just blindly send all my forces to the north. I have to pay a modicum of attention, although not that much. Oh, by the way, the more I think about it, I think I should send Ruby all the way over here to flag the mines. I could send my tertiary heroes, but they might just get hurt, and we wouldn't want that, would we? Yeah. Which, once again, is the reason why I was so pleased with Ozymandias, the 4X game. My goodness, is that game brilliant. It completely sidesteps the problem of the mop-up phase. Every single time you could just crush all of your enemies, you have essentially by accident gathered enough points to just win outright. And the same goes for the other side. If you're about to lose, nothing will... it will not get dragged out, you'll just lose right then and there. It's a difficult balance to strike, by the way, with any sort of strategy game. Because quite a few of them, especially of those sort, are about snowballing, aren't they? Every time you get an advantage, it lets you get another advantage even faster. Unless there's some sort of a rebel banding, which I don't think there exists any strategy in the... Well, I don't want to put it in too harsh terms, but I don't think there are too many strategy games out there that have rubber banding, like in Mario Kart. Once you get an advantage, you have an easier time getting another advantage. At which point, it's basically all over. So all these strategy games are basically about that one decisive encounter, and then that's it. That's about it. Then it's just a mop-up phase, for as long as you want it to last. Which may be a bit of a disappointing analysis, but I still think it's annoyingly correct. You could hypothetically make a huge mistake further down the line, but... Well, yes, Ozymandias is very bare-boned, it's very basic, but... Well, it's not necessarily a statement about the entire game, but this single aspect they got just right, and that's very difficult to get right with any strategy game to speak of. Which raises an important question. Do you know any strategy game out there, or 4X game, which arguably is also a type of strategy, any actual strategy game out there of any type where you don't really have a mop-up phase, where you just win decisively and that's it, it's over, it doesn't drag on, it doesn't outstay its welcome? Because I think there are plenty of games where the opposite is true, and they can just get annoying. Look at that! Can be grand strategy, can be... Are all grand strategy games 4Xs? How would you classify that? Or is that a separate thing entirely? Because I think grand strategy is 4X, or maybe a type of 4X. Chess! Well, no, in chess people just surrender. Are you saying that grand strategy games are not 4Xs? Paradox games, Yeah, I've contemplated playing something like Hearts of Iron Fall. Far from being 4X's. You know, the more I think about it, obviously, there's a world's difference between, say, Civilization 5 and Hearts of Iron Fall. Those games are nothing alike. Obviously. I mean, they are somewhat similar. Yeah, they are turn-based strategies and they happen on some sort of a grid. But yeah, they are so obscenely different that it's not even funny. Considering the fact that Heroes of Might and Magic is kinda like a more basic Master of Magic, I can't help but wonder, could we possibly claim that Heroes of Might and Magic is a 4X game? Well, of course Paradox games don't represent history. They're supposed to be interactive experiences. And if you have to pick between historical accuracy and the fun, on the other hand, fun is gonna win every single time. Well, I mean, I guess you could hypothetically refuse to put fun first, but what fun would that be? The more I think about it, the more obvious it becomes. Sure, designing a strategy game is arguably the most difficult thing you could... Are there greater challenges in video game design than strategy games? Arguably MMORPGs, because you have to take into consideration so many human interactions. But that's about it. I think strategy games are over there as the pinnacle of difficulty in game design. Yeah, I wondered about that. I figured, should I resurrect that lich? Whatever. Once again, it is the mop-up phase. It's difficult to argue with that. Here's Tyro doing nothing. Eesh. What do we have here? This is the castle of Sorpigol. With nothing. Oh, look, more knights. Here's Hector and Ambrose and Lord Kilbo. Yeah, with a fabulous mustache. They are powerful. Fancy that. They are quite a sight to behold. And yet, I think I can take them on. That's good to know. And well, I'll have to think about Might and Magic as a series. Whatever. This is the counteroffensive. Yeah. And I find this offensive. I shall not tolerate it. Alright then. Let's blast the Rangers. And then and only then... No! That is the most powerful hero for the enemy! Let's paralyze the Rangers. Well. If I attack here, retaliation hits, and at that point the Crusaders might just essentially wipe out my skeletons. Oh dear. Well, still, let's try my best. We could try... Oh, what's the turn order, guys? What's the turn order? Oh no, Crusaders go after what and before what? I can't remember. But I think I'll have to do the paralyze trick on them, otherwise I'm not getting out of this alive. everything in this encounter? That's 35 Crusaders. I think you're underestimating the disparity here. I've got 4 attack. Hector's got, well, that's actually 7 defense. That's not that bad. Skeleton, zombies, dragons last. Okay. 327 skeletons perish. Just get a load of that. 300. Over 300 skeletons have just perished. I can't. Not yet. I've already cast a spell this turn. No! The bone dragons, so many of them have perished. Okay, I know what I need to do. I need to paralyze them. After the bone dragons. I think. Well, what do I do before that then? On the bone dragon's turn, correct. See, it's all because the Crusaders deal so much damage to the living dead. That's the problem. Alright, paralyze them. They haven't paralyzed, and now... yeah, here comes the fun part. Here comes the part where I have to bring my undead units back to unlife. Anime skeletons! No one's got this spell magic. And next up, I am going to slay these guys. Alright, hold on. Let's animate some bone dragons. 5 rise from the dead, that's brilliant. That's just what I need. I still need to raise more skeletons. Plenty have gone down. Not all have gotten back up. That's almost 500. I think that's about as many as I'm gonna get. Now, I'm going to have to wait until my next opportunity to cast spells, I believe. So, next turn, effectively. Do Lich lives matter, do they? They're not even lives. I don't think Liches matter. I think they're gonna stay down. Look, I have 42 mana points, 42 spell points, and I have to judiciously, mind you, spend them on paralysis. It's rough. I don't know. I can cast spells this turn, which means that on the dragon's turn, I paralyze the skeletons. I think that's the... Yeah, there's no such thing as undead pride, at least as far as I know. Soon enough people will start claiming that the fact that having undead in your army lowers morale is just unacceptable. Yeah, by the way, it's been going a lot better than I had suspected. Look at that. They're down to 7. Okay, do I bring anything back up? Anything back up whatsoever? I have the skeletons. I think I have most of the bone dragons, although I do not remember how many I have had. Possibly 12, although I could be mistaken. Do I resurrect anything? I think ultimately the liches were the weakest link. I'm not sure I want to bring them back. But if I'm to bring anything back, now would be the time, because I'm about to end this. So now would be the time to cast the final animate dead spell. What do I cast it on? Can't cast it on the zombies because I haven't lost any. Can't cast it on the vampire lords because I haven't lost any either. I can't see how many of them I've lost. I don't think skeletons are a good target because I had about 500 of them and pretty much all of them are back up. How many dragons did I have to begin with, people? Do you remember? I'm going to trust you on this one. You were absolutely perfectly correct. I've lost a single bone dragon, 123 skeletons, so that's quite a few, yes. But I think resurrecting the bone dragons was also reasonably worthwhile. All of the power liches have gone down. I do essentially replenish my stock of skeletons, so to speak. And I am left with Ambrose and Lord Kilburn. Right there. I won't be able to replenish my mana points anytime soon. Might as well lean into it. Let's do this. Whoa! Yeah, diplomacy and navigation. Just wonderful. Alright, I've got 23 mana points. Whatever shall I do with those? Oh dear. He's got some stats on him, I'll grant you that much. But he doesn't have Crusaders, and without Crusader... Retaliation will kill him. Without Crusaders, he's no match for me. I know, I'll lose some skeletons. I accept that. It's the cost of doing this dirty business. You might have been right, but at the same time, I've only lost 32 skeletons, gaining 87. I come out ahead out of this encounter. Let's get ballistics. I don't need money that desperately, but I do absolutely need to be able to destroy castle walls with this army I have. I know I've been streaming a reasonably long time, but at the same time, I do want to get things done. I don't want to leave this little bit of the mop-up phase for next week, or do I? I don't know. I'm not going to finish it today, but I want to get a decent bit done. A decent bit has already been accomplished, though. Which is good news. Is there anything I can do at these two castles? Is there anything I can recruit? Anything I can build? It doesn't really seem that way. The best I can do is possibly get the Mage Guild, but that's irrelevant. So I essentially have these two castles, and as far as I can tell, view resources, view artifacts. Who knows the right spell? Anyone? Anyone out there? Ruby, do you know the right spell? You don't. Dimitri, cast view towns. It's just these three castles left. Two knights castles over here and a single one over there, one belonging to Krager, two of them belonging to Green. With every single turn now, I am gaining more and more of an advantage. It's done. Yeah, he retakes my castle, whatever. I might have to slay Lord Kilburn inside the castle, but I can manage that. Of course I do. Yes, in due time, of course, in due time. So say hello to YouTube. For all I know, this is the sort of playthrough people might actually choose to watch. I basically have no mana, so let's do it this way. Actually, the Crusaders are arguably the greatest threat out there, because they deal twice the damage. So, despite everything, let's cast a Lightning Bolt on the Crusaders. And let's finish them off for good measure. I hate them. Chomp. The damage... And of course a single bone dragon dies. Yeah, I expected as much to happen. Unfortunate. I can't even bring that dragon back. Yeah, indeed. A single bone dragon has perished, but I'll live with that. Once again, I do not strive to retain every single unit I have. That's a nice idea, but it's not necessarily going to happen. If they're losing more than I am losing, then I am more than happy. Alright, and here's Dimitri, scouting about. But what I actually want to do and see are the enemy mines. In this glen live some very naughty halflings. Stay away. I'm sorry, what? Fair enough. Flag the crystal mine. More things shall be flagged very, very soon. Here's Sandro, replenishing his resources. Here's the kingdom overview. What is the situation? What can we can actually recruit reinforcements right here, right now, because it's the start of a new week. So let's do just that. With all the liches gone, I think I might want to get all those mummies into my forces. That would be a step in the right direction, I believe. 71 royal mummies is nothing to sneer at, so please do not sneer at them. They do not take kindly to that. They tend to curse a lot, you know. As you make... What? What? As you make your way through the last of the golem... through the last of the golem debris, a group of halflings runs towards you, carrying fruit and flowers. Thank you so much, the leader exclaims. We've been trapped in here forever. Come by our homes, we'll pack up and go with you. Oh my goodness, that is a most unexpected journey. What is going on here? Okay, I've just recruited 31 halflings, and that was exquisite. Why? Oh dear. Well, that was most certainly unexpected. A little tiny, hilarious Easter egg. Alright then, I think I've had enough. I could wait for reinforcements over here, but you know how that ends up working. Not all that well. Let's cast View Towns again. Where is that dastardly castle? All the way over there. So let's send Sandro north. He has replenished his hit points. He's not gonna wait for those silly mummies. Look at all the archers I could hypothetically recruit here. I'm not about to do that. North we go. Who put up the sign, by the way? What makes these halflings so naughty? It's probably just propaganda. They're very nice halflings as far as I can tell. I wouldn't say that's too much fun. Such a tiny modicum of fun. Come on now. 31 halflings. There's basically no real mechanical impact of this encounter. None whatsoever. Oh dear. I might as well head north and do the conga. Transfer resources to Ruby. Ugh. Yeah, I'll have to get on that very soon, won't I? And now I can send Ruby. I can send Ruby to all those Knights castles to retrieve all the units from there. It's a reasonably time-consuming. But what are they doing? Getting aboard some ship? What is even the point? The AI decides to stay within the castle walls. Is that prudent? What would you even consider prudent in these circumstances? Look at this nonsense. That's it. That's the encounter. The castle is now mine. This is Algary. May I also... As you might have noticed in all sorts of playthroughs of mine, I tend to be quite thorough. Sometimes to my own detriment, but I do tend to explore everything. Sometimes it's actually necessary to do that. Alright, reinforcements. This is indeed the part where there is actually... Presumably most people would have resigned a long time ago. But you know what? There's a surprising amount of mop-up left. On one hand, there's one more castle for green, somewhere out there for me to conquer. There are all these prongs, so to speak, all these roads I need to go down. There's the heroes over there to the west that I need to stay with Sandro. And eventually, at the end of this road, there's Lord Krager, whom I'll have to slay with tremendous effort. Where was I? I do distinctly remember having Sandro over here conquer everything with his artifact and his mighty army of the living dead. And then I do distinctly remember another powerful hero, Ruby, on her way to accomplish who knows what. With an increasingly growing army of crusaders and such. All sorts of people from the Knight's Castle. I'm not gonna call them creatures. It would make sense if this was Heroes of Might and Magic 3 and I could get away with that by saying, oh, there's also griffins over there. But there aren't any griffins. Not in the Knight's Castle. The Knight's Castle is purely humans. Just human beings in different outfits. And the griffins live in the Warlock's Castle in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Fancy that. But of course the association between humans and griffins is a hello there, Ricardo. Ah, it is so good to see you. It's so good to see people pop in. And hello there, Flame. Right on time as always. Indeed, indeed it is. And of course that all changes with Heroes of Might and Magic 3, and I believe this is such a common occurrence, this is such a common thing, this is such a common association that's made. It's in Heroes of Might and Magic, it's in Dwarf Fortress, it tends to pop up all over the place. What do humans do? They love huge birds of prey. So if you have a huge fantasy bird of prey, surely human beings will domesticate them, and thus the griffins shall belong to them. It makes perfect sense. I mean, we have birds of prey on all banners and such. Wait, no, how is that Don't you have griffins in Heroes of Might and Magic 3 under the whatever human faction that is? Surely there must have been, right? I mean, that was Catherine Griffinheart. So presumably she had... Oh, well, griffins, I believe, are not Homo sapiens, so that's not monorace, technically. I thought I was going mental for a moment, but no, you have Catherine Griffinheart and you have griffins in the castle, with humans. So you have one race and some griffins. So you could get away with saying, oh, all the creatures from the castle get recruited. But if I say all the creatures from the castle over here get recruited, it's going to be quite awkward, because they're all human beings. And while technically that would be true, it would be somewhat imprecise. I might as well say that I'm recruiting all the animals over here. Technically, human beings count as animals, but that would be a tiny smidgen misleading, wouldn't it? But of course, once again, those are the sorts of things you could hypothetically claim. No, you can't recruit from this screen. What am I even clicking? I could recruit from the kingdom overview screen instead of clicking on every single thing separately over here. I still don't know what I want to do as far as that's concerned. Hypothetically, it might be quicker, but then again, once you know all the buildings, it becomes second nature anyway. I guess I'm glad that there are mechanisms to simply recruit everything from a given castle in future installments. Orange player has found the most artifacts. You bet I have. This is the current situation. Here's Green the warrior with his puny stats, and here's Orange with his mightiest monster being the mighty Dracolich, the Bone Dragon. And of course the mightiest hero being Ruby with her amazing stats. And of course this is my charming personality. My personality is human, just like in real life. I guess that's what people like about me. Alright then. Who had the spell? The spell that allowed you to figure out where the castles were? Because I'm pretty sure there are more castles around and I can't remember where. I believe there might be 2, or possibly 3. I would bet 2. Here's Sandro, who has barely spent any mana whatsoever on that particular pursuit. I know someone has the spell, but I can't for the life of me remember who. Hold on. View Towns is on Dimitri. Does anyone else know that? Anyone? Anyone, really? She doesn't even have a spellbook. What about Ruby? Even if she did, I wouldn't cast it from her. So it's just Dimitri. He's the only guy who knows it. Okay, fine. Alright, you crazy Russian. Cast View Towns again. You have 70 mana, that's all you're gonna do. That's all you're good for. Okay, here are the towns, including castles. I've clicked on the top right corner. The fact that it shows me the bottom right corner is just unfortunate. But whatever. There's one castle over there, to the northwest, I need to remember that. And as far as I can see, that's about it. No, that literally is about it, yes. There's the single green castle over there, that's all that's left of green. And then there's the final castle with Kregel. Which is clearly a comparative adjective, as I have firmly established in my mind. Because, you know, if he wasn't beggar, if he wasn't better, he would just be Craig. But nope, he's Kregel. There's some mines I can flag. Obviously the naughty halflings dwell over here on this little meadow. And the little halfling holes. I guess the thing to do is obviously to conquer the last castle of green, muster an army, and march it right into Yellow's castle. For the value of right into, I guess. I'm not going to... That's not going to be something I'm going to do too quickly, is it? I tend to linger. I tend to play it safe. These things just tend to take time. Maybe I should expedite these things, but then again, if I don't want to reload saves, then it only stands to reason that I presumably ought not to rush things all too much. There's nothing to recruit here, nothing whatsoever, and of course all the tips are going to be the same across the... All the tips are going to be the same across the land, across all the taverns. That's interesting, isn't it? Every single barkeep is going to tell you the exact same thing across the kingdom. News travels fast, I guess. But it's very monotonous. And of course you will get the exact same bit of information about the Thieves Guild. So there's literally nothing left to do here. I could hypothetically march Sandro to the northwest, and I presumably ought to. At worst, I can run! Alright, let's do this. This is nothing. Mostly compared to my mighty... False. No. I wanted to say to my mighty spells. But I'm not even going to bother to cast Chain Lightning against this. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess it must be a really strong lobby. These guys are everywhere. And as we have established, they are very well organized. Not even organized, coordinated. You know, all the rumors are the same, etc. Actually, no. Technically, they give you increasingly more information the more of these guilds you have. So technically, my little snide remark was completely and utterly wrong. By the way, I've just killed plenty of peasants, and as such, I've received plenty of skeletons, unsurprisingly. That's what they're good for. Slaying and raising back from the dead. 85 more skeletons, everyone. 85 more skeletons. Life may be good, but death, and undeath in particular, is even better. Alright, is there anything I genuinely want to do or need to do? Anything whatsoever? Yes, I could recruit units at Hampshire and at Rockhaven as far as I can see. Where are these places? If only there were names over here. This is Rockhaven. This is Sorpigol. This is Hampshire. Right here. And of course I could have recruited from the other screen, but I did not. Which is fine. Yes, it's probably for the greater good. Somehow. Or maybe, just maybe, they are not officially accepted. For all we know, they're not. Maybe they're detested. Maybe they operate in secrecy. And, you know, I can just waltz up to them and ask them questions. Okay, so I guess undeath isn't particularly pleasant for them. Well, I wonder if my necromancers know this. See, I don't know much about this particular empire. Are we absolutely sure we're the good guys here and Krager is this evil villain we're chasing down? I actually don't answer that. Presumably you find out in the actual RPG. So I'll just pose that as a purely rhetorical question. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I'm certainly willing to believe that much. Yeah, I was about to say that you possibly can tell based on the fact that we both seek power, but then again... You can't tell that someone's evil based on power-seeking behavior alone, okay? I've lost 2 vampire lords, gained 95 skeletons out of the deal. I consider that a good trade. Campaign seems to be another world altogether and doesn't appear in the Might and Magic games. Really? Really? We got a Price of Loyalty campaign over here that isn't even in the world of Erathia, on the world of Enroth, I guess, in Erathia. They've just contrived a completely different universe just for the purpose of this particular campaign. That's ludicrous. Why would they ever do that? They have such a wonderful world to operate in. Well, that's something I really did not expect, of all the things. Especially after the story-rich campaign of... Oh, hold on, I'm delivering reinforcements over here. I need to remember what I do with each particular hero. Another No, there's no... I mean, you can look it up. I can't at this precise moment because I'm somewhat busy. But I presumed it was New World Computing. opportunity to make an expansion for the game, and back in those days, you probably are going to only get a single opportunity to make an expansion. Why wouldn't you expand on the story? The RPG games are right there. There's such a rich universe that has already been created. Why not? Diablo Hellfire wasn't done by Blizzard. That is a very good point, and they like to pretend that it never actually happened, which is thoroughly understandable, I guess. Expansion was contracted by Cyberlore Studios. Wait a minute, Cyberlore Studios are the guys who made Majesty, aren't they? As far as I think at the very least they were the guys who made... I remember the logo. Unless they were the publishers, which I doubt. I think these were the guys who made Majesty games. What a small world. Actually, not that small of a world, but what a moderately sized world we live in. Alright, it's day 5, but if I don't go out on my merry way to deliver reinforcements, I never will actually do that. So let's march right south to Rockhaven out of Basenji. The, oh dear, Beyond the Dark Portal, that one. That is amazing, that is absolutely astonishing. So one, no, that's essentially 3 turn-based, no, sorry, that's 2 real-time strategies and 1 turn-based strategy. Fancy that. But then again, there are studios that have made everything. I mean everything in every single genre. The guys who made Patrician 3, for instance, made basically every single thing under the sun. Racing games, adventure games, trading simulators, the lot. Just absolutely everything that they possibly could have. And most of it was bad. Can't even remember the name of the company. That is a good point. 4 completely separate campaigns. Alright then. I guess I can treat them as completely independent stories. This is just a tiny universe where there is an empire, and there is a Kragal, and there are 3 artifacts. That's basically all we know, and all we ever will know about the entire damn thing. Fair enough, who am I to complain? Should I actually go north? Is it wise to go north? Let's go north anyway. If Ruby cannot explore, I have no idea who can. We shall see. Oh, hello, that's Lord Kilburn. Such a lovely name. I'm sure he's come to cuddle or something. Clearly he's got the best of intentions. Right? Let's get those reinforcements to Sandro eventually. Come on, Roxy, on your way. Here's Dimitri visiting the windmill. He's been sidelined so much. It's like exile from his perspective. Here's Tyro. But we are still going to pretend it's an experience. He's delivering the reinforcements. Should he deliver the reinforcements? Shouldn't I pack the reinforcements onto Dimitri partially? The gauntlet method is so tedious. As I have said numerous times, I guess repeating all of this is also tedious. Wait, what? Did she actually receive experience? I missed that bit. Ah, she did. It just, it gave her basically nothing because her level is incredibly, absurdly high at this stage. Ugh. Disgusting swamps. Oh, I'll reach the eye through here. If I continue down this path, or rather up this path. Hello there! Oh, here's Flint and here's Lord Kilburn. Let's get the castle. The expansion was made by Cyberlore. I'm curious what other games they made other than allegedly... well, allegedly, as far as you claim, Beyond the Dark Portal for Warcraft 2, and as far as I remember, Majesty. Because they sound pretty prolific based on MechWarrior! Oh my god. They do love those strategy games, don't they? And they... So they do make both turn-based, or did... do they actually still exist? Presumably not. It's really rough to operate a company like that. Playboy the Match! See... Is that a turn-based strategy? Presumably not a real-time strategy. But hey, if it pays the bills, who am I to criticize them? 153 skeletons. Alright, the castle of Antioch is mine. Let's just have a gander inside very briefly. Dragon Slayer, yada yada yada. Alright, whatever, Lena. Let's slay Flint. Oh, you know, let's strike Flint. Sparks will fly. Sparks did fly, look at it! Look at this guy, he's called Flint. Immediately starts the battle off with a lightning bolt. Nominative determinism in a nutshell. Also, I have more than 1,000 skeletons. Of course it is. It's presumably a management game. It's like Honey Pop or something, right? Just old-timey. There were a few titles like that back in the day. Though I can't remember the names. I've heard of these things though. Green player has been vanquished. Hooray. Oh, but wait a minute, I have my notes. I do have my notes somewhere, right? I certainly do. Right, here's the yellow tent. Gotta remember, gotta pay attention to this one the moment I visit it. We wouldn't want to just be stuck unable to progress based on me forgetting passwords. I could hypothetically revisit these places, but it would still be somewhat pathetic. Star on his way. Here's what's her name? That's Jacqueline. I have to learn all of their names eventually. Leisure Suite Larry. Leisure Suite, well, it surely was not made by these guys though. Yes, speaking of titles that are related. I presumably ought to eventually play that. I mean, the whole humor is well, the concept is interesting, let me put it that way. If a smidgen prurient. But then again, that's my reaction to basically everything. Oh yeah, that game I've heard of at some point. Oh, that game I haven't heard of at any point. Yeah, I ought to play them. I ought to play them all. And here I am playing Heroes of Might and Magic 2. What a life. It's the week of the Weasel. You enter the tent, yada yada yada, another old woman. The gold keyword is emblem. Emblem. The gameplay notes. So gold is emblem. Gotcha. Vampire Rescue Rainbow Emblem. Where am I supposed to put this now? If I put it on this monitor, it's just going to... Actually, if I full screen it, it might just stay. Although I have basically zero faith in that. Ugh. I guess I could just refuse to full screen Heroes of Might and Magic 2. I'll look it up when I need to. Anyway, emblem. The golden password is emblem. I honestly don't know. I mean, presumably I'll end up posting the campaign soon enough, and then presumably I'll be obligated to start playing the other campaigns. All that will cause another lull in Heroes of Might and Magic 2 uploads. I don't know, there's so much stuff I even have recorded right now that I just need to edit and post. Among other things, say The Evil Within, that I've been done with for a while now. What else is there? Oh my goodness, there's a laundry list of that stuff. And then there's of course stuff that I need to finish up with. Say Blood that I need to return to. Yeah, always a fan favorite, a stream favorite at that. All you know, I could hypothetically continue Heroes of Might and Magic over here on the Saturday stream and open up a slot on, say, Sunday in the morning and play something else entirely then. Hypothetically, the world's my oyster. I just have to make my damn mind up. And of course put in a smidgen of effort into the entire thing. Actually prepare for these things. Well, hypothetically I don't need to, but yeah. It would be nice. Actually put in some effort every once in a while. Even though I get the impression that a minuscule amount of effort alongside the right type of content will inevitably lend me more views than even the highest amount of effort spent on something people are not interested in watching. But I digress. Do I really want Sandro with his undead army to march on Kregel? Well, let's see, there's what, about 10 missions in this? One per week wouldn't... if I were to post one per week, that's gonna be 10 weeks. It's a decent chunk of time, although obviously I have to do all the editing. But let's not get into the weeds of this particular subject right now. I'm sick of even thinking about it, sheesh. It's also so damn unrewarding at times. So hold on, I am carrying all the mummies to get to him, and I'm ignoring the liches. Yes. Yeah, the remaining campaign... Oh, that's a very good point. There's very little left as far as Heroes of Might and Magic is concerned. Tell you what, I could also do something else entirely. I could say, just not stream Heroes of Might and Magic 2 played in my own time, considering how... Let's be honest here, considering how mostly tedious the entire playthrough is. It's not like it's that exciting. I have no idea what people see in this, honestly. I don't know what I see in it. But then again, there are some games that are just cathartic to play, although I wouldn't expect people to enjoy watching them. And there are some titles that I didn't expect to be enjoyable as far as watching them, but people really enjoy them, like the Kingdom Rush series. Who would have thought? I got quite a few views on that one. Even though it's just a silly little tower defense game. But that did reasonably well. I guess all in all, what I've learned from the entire experience is that you just have to keep making those videos and hoping for the best. Because obviously if you don't, you're not going to... It's like that joke about the guy in the lottery ticket. Which presumably I should tell now because, you know, without actually knowing the joke, it's going to be a very rough approximation of what I mean. It's so rough, in fact, that it's going to tell you absolutely nothing. Oh dear. Yeah, indeed. And of course all sorts of games. There are games that are horrible to play but fun to watch. There are games that are horrible to watch and to play. Let's avoid those. Although out of morbid curiosity, some people may be tempted to try anyway. Then there are... I've run out of gold! I guess that's reasonably good, right? It means I have plenty of units to recruit. Well, the joke is reasonably simple, and once again, since I am moderately distracted, I might kind of ruin it, but it basically goes like this. There's this Jewish guy that prays every night and asks for God to help him win the lottery. And he keeps on praying every night, and eventually God tells him, Moshe, give me a chance! Buy a lottery ticket! Once again, a silly little joke, but as with most humor, there is really something to it. Well, you know, I could just have hypothetically referred to the saying that God helps those who help themselves, etc. I guess it's not that foreign of a concept. But the general idea obviously is that if you don't even try, you are not going to succeed. Although obviously if you do try, you are not necessarily going to succeed. Yeah, another way of phrasing it is that you miss all the shots you don't take and so on. A very, very common concept. I believe it was said in reference to making LPs. As in, oh, I don't know which sort of LP might potentially be successful, which people might want to see, which people might want to watch. Yeah, obviously, but then again, if I don't keep on trying, I'll never find out, now will I? So the only way to possibly see is to keep on making them, to keep doing my best, and maybe, just maybe, there'll be something people want to watch. I absolutely agree, because, by the way, look at this. This is so disjointed and so displeasing to me. It just doesn't match, it doesn't work. Now, you can see why this little bit of the road over here should be to the right, and this little patch of grass should be to the left. But they're not! So they're disconnected. The tile is just improperly formed. But the idea in general is perfectly fine over here. This bit of the road is supposed to be here, and this bit of grass is supposed to be there, but they're not. Which of course annoys me more than it should, as tiny things tend to. And of course ought not to. All those tiny little details. But then again, maybe it's the reason I'm playing this game to begin with. A little bit of OCD. After all, what more is there to it? You just keep on managing all those things, and eventually you win. Yeah, that's a good point. Yes, of course, there's clickbait out there. So even that doesn't tell you much. And I've seen that all too many times. People click on the video, but they don't actually watch it. Oh my god, this entire video is just going to be me whinging about views. Not a good look, but hey, since I already got into the subject, I'm not going to avoid it. Yeah. I have been thinking with growing confidence that the reason I don't get that many views is just because I'm not that entertaining. Which is not necessarily the sort of conclusion that excites me a great deal, but is the most likely explanation. I've been at it for what, 10 years now? Sane people would have given up. I think I'm just not putting enough effort. There are all those tiny things I could have done. I don't know, starting from, say, a channel banner, or a description for that matter. All those basics. Still not covered. But I'll get on that. I'll get on that eventually. Which is what I keep telling myself. It is cool, but then again, once again, most tiny channels are going to be tiny for a reason, aren't they? Some of them have not been given the first shake, they have not been given the chance, but then again, some of them are tiny because they just don't post stuff people want to see. And that's perfectly understandable. Yeah, I often wonder whether the sort of content I post is the sort of content I would actually want to watch. And if the answer is no, well, why would anyone else want to? Alright, then let's deliver these bone dragons all the way to the north, presumably. Yeah, the plan is fairly straightforward over here. I just need Ruby to receive the reinforcements. And after that happens, she needs to head north, be the first wave, and then possibly I'm sending Sandro to finish things off. Done. Yeah. Why would people necessarily want to watch other people play video games? Well, for that matter, why does Twitch exist? People do want to watch other people play video games. To an extent. Yeah, that's not going to work as too much of an excuse. They do, at times. And for a variety of reasons, of course. There's the entire world of esports. And then there's the exact opposite, which is also interesting. Yeah, exactly. Why would people watch other people play sports? See, it's one of those lovely statements that I've also contemplated as an entire... as an entire genre of statements. That's a very awkward way of phrasing it. There are plenty of statements like that, that in principle, taken rationally, considered in vacuum, sound perfectly sane and reasonable. But the moment you think about them in the context of, you know, the reality that you know exists out there, they become completely ludicrous. What was the guy's name? Oh dear. Yeah, recalling these sorts of things on the spot is kind of difficult. But there was this guy who insisted that washing hands was... he's so underappreciated. Of course, the concept of hygiene has gained such prominence, is now treated as obvious. Yeah, but there was this famous guy who insisted on hygiene, insisted on doctors washing their hands, and he just couldn't convince the scientific community and the medical community. And they made all sorts of logical arguments. Actually, they made the perfect logical arguments. I believe one of the best arguments they have put forth was that what he claimed was completely incoherent because... clearly, visibly, the hands of the doctors were not soiled. So, the sort of thing he postulated was harmful must be so incredibly tiny that it was imperceivable. You couldn't actually see it with your eyes. You know, invisible. Right. And they, scientifically minded people, are going to believe that there's this some invisible thing that affects people. Yeah, I think they're going to, you know, trust the science of the time and actually insist that it's something they understand and have actually considered for the longest time. You mean video games are no longer hip with the kids? People no longer want to watch them, they want to watch something else entirely? Come on now! That sounds about as plausible as arguing that eventually, after so many generations, people have just figured that sex is no longer cool. I mean, that was something that might have been okay for their parents, but they are beyond such trivialities now. They have outgrown such silly leisure time activities. I mean, hypothetically, it could be the case. It could absolutely be the case. So what you're saying is that they want to watch what's actually highly popular. I could come up with a dozen of... maybe not a dozen. I could come up with a couple of reasons that make this perfectly understandable and reasonable. After all... wrong button. I wanted to press K. Treacherous. L is right next to K. Valorant and Battle... how are Battle Royale still the thing? What is the... there must be a... hold on, there must have been a next thing, right? After the Battle Royale games. I mean... we had WoW, then we transitioned to MOBAs, mostly with League of Legends. Then there was the... then came card games, I believe. But then card games went away, obviously people still play them. Then Battle Royales hit. What's the next thing? There must be something further down the pipeline. And I don't mean something far off into the future. There must be this new craze that's already incipient. Text-based RP. Oh, the mods you mean? Oh my goodness. So I'm willing to. Would you be willing to watch a proper roguelike, like Adam or something like that? Highly abstracted. Or Doom the roguelike, also known as DRL, because that's also something I've been contemplating. If there are two titles I'm nostalgic about, it's Doom the roguelike and StarCraft, for personal reasons, I guess. That is a good point you're making, but there's another point that's completely skewed in the opposite direction. For instance, there are... It may not be the most polite way of putting it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I've considered that if you treat video games much like you treat sex, then you do get people who want to watch other people do it. And on one hand, you get those people who enjoy watching professionals, but you also get people who really appreciate watching amateurs having a go at it. Even though they're not good at it, they still appreciate that for some inexplicable reason, and I think that's basically the same instinct. You see people who are new to it, you see them explore it, their minds are so innocent and clear, and thus you get to experience firsthand what it must be like to watch it all unfold in front of you, not being biased by all these previous experiences, not being completely ruined, as it were. Goldbox games, hold on. That does ring a bell, but I can't remember, my goodness. Did they actually have any graphics in them whatsoever? I think they did. How far back are we talking about? What sort of RPGs? Further back than Eye of Beholder? I would honestly have to look that one up. Very basic, like Ultima 1 or something like that. These can be dreadful. See, this is one of the reasons I've considered not playing Ultima in favor of, say, Wizardry or something like that. Because the graphics in the first Ultima games are just... late 80s, early 90s. Oh dear. So early 2D. Yeah, the same awkwardness was then repeated with early 3D. Although there are some people nostalgic for it with the whole low poly craze. Am I actually carrying reinforcements on any units? I am. Well, I presumably shouldn't just march onwards with Ruby then. I should rather deliver the reinforcements that I have. What am I doing? Yes, that's the whole point of watching people play blind. Because, yeah, you could enjoy people play optimally, but what's the point in some cases? And there are obviously gradations of that. You say, before I forget, you obviously have reaction channels. Say people watching movies they've never seen before. And I do understand the enjoyment of that. You can't see the same movie for the first time. But my goodness, being able to see that movie through someone else's eyes... is the next best thing, right? You can just enjoy it vicariously. It's the best explanation I can come up with anyway. And I share the sentiment. I mean, I obviously share the sentiment. Let me put it this way. I obviously have a couple of playthroughs on my channel already where I played the damn game and then I watched other people play it to find out how they had to struggle and how horrified they were throughout the entire experience. With the playthrough fresh in my mind, with all of my suffering and struggles clear and fresh. And of course, most people just recapitulate the experience, they make the exact same mistakes, they have the exact same reactions. Exactly, it's so wonderful. then again, isn't that how every single fandom operates? After all, you could say read a book. Why do you need another person to talk to about the book you've read? What's the point of a book club? Doesn't sound like there's much of a point. After all, you've already experienced the entire thing. By the sounds of it, yes, it would not make any sense, but then again, people might have different perspectives. They might have reacted differently, and you might want to find out what they actually thought. Yes, perhaps you don't live in such a solipsistic universe and instead want to have a broader perspective on things. It's presumably the reason people talk to other people about any number of things, duh. Why do human beings need other human beings? Let me figure that one out really quickly. Ooh, tunnels and trolls. That does sound ancient. That sounds older than D&D. What day is it? It's day... I'm going to have a new batch of reinforcements. This is going to last forever. Well, it's not going to last forever necessarily. That sounds like a positive thing. Go away. It's going to take forever. Yeah, I have to say that there is a limit. I guess. Certain games are just ugly. No two words about it. I could recruit Maximus, but I don't think I genuinely want to. Some games are just old and ugly. Like people, you know? Some of them are. Craig is still sitting there, yes. Waiting for me to end his suffering. Well, gee, how are the green guys doing? I haven't had news from them for what seems like forever. What is going on, though? Psychological warfare. Yes, but by not having any contact with him, I am sending a sort of a message, am I not? Even though all the while he's just collecting more and more reinforcements. No, it most certainly is. And then there are, of course, games that are fairly old and yet continue to be quite beautiful. Even if you had to, say, swap your palette to do animations. Hold on, there's palette swapping in Heroes of Might and Magic 2, isn't there? Actually, is this palette swapping? No, there's palette swapping in StarCraft and Warcraft 2. Very basic animation, but there's so much that can be accomplished with it. All early adventure games, I think that's the best sort of example. I am outproducing him. I am gaining more of an advantage with every passing turn. So yes, hypothetically, I could just sit pretty and wait as much as I want to. But then again, I would have to get reinforcements out of every single one of those places. Which would once again add to the tedium of the experience. And I can already imagine people watching this gritting their teeth. Or maybe not, I don't know. I don't know, maybe they could tell me what they actually enjoy about these videos. Maybe they're cathartic. I no longer know. I'm just having a crisis of faith. See, in the mod you can see all these windows at once, so you don't have to rotate through them. I think Ruby got all the reinforcements she possibly could. I have 62 of these damn Crusaders. All Paladins for that matter. I think I can be on my way. Modern pixel graphics can look great, especially... There's a number of ways they could be made, and if you say create a 3D model, and then you all, if you don't apply a naive filter, but stylize it properly, so many wonderful things can be accomplished. I think Moonscars is the game I'm thinking of. It's just, it's beautiful. I presumably should post another demo compilation, but once again, that requires a modicum of work. It's not that I'm lazy, it's not that I don't have the time either, so I just need to sit my ass down and get that done soon enough. And I will. After this little playthrough, I will sit down and do some more editing. What is the red password? I don't remember, but I can look it up. I'll say rescue? No, it's vampire. Teal is rescue. As you speak the magic word, the glowing barrier dissolves into nothingness. Goodbye, barrier. Now, wait a minute. Oh, I know what happened, obviously. The barrier that was guarded by the golden tent has just been unlocked by AI, presumably. Obviously, otherwise it would have been there. So no, there's no mystery there. Alright, he's got a hold of these things and a throng there. And he's all high and mighty. She's got 70 mana points. And what? A lightning bolt at her disposal. Godspeed, lady, Godspeed. If you fail, I'm going to recall you, and we are going to try all over again. 62. Hey, we match! What are his stats like? 13 attack, 5 defense, 3 spell power, and 4 knowledge. Versus 710. I don't really match up poorly. Huh. Her knowledge is most impressive. Of all. Yes, they are. He's got more rangers than I... But then, once again, our stats are reasonably even. Ah, you say his art. Ah, yeah, you say his art. Damn it, I thought you said artifacts, but you did say artifact. Exactly. He's got the artifact. That single wondrous artifact that we've been after. The final piece, in fact. Yes! He left the drawbridge lowered. Excellent. And of course, my paladins have been blinded. That's bad news. But that's okay. Once again, this is the initial wave. No, 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 no. You leave them alone. You know, when you said those rangers are gonna be devastating, you probably meant, hey, Vestin, can you blind the rangers like a sane person that has played this game before? Sure thing. Better late than never, right? Yeesh. I'm going to fail miserably. Well, this isn't particularly appreciable. Take that! And this! But if, yeah, he's already killed all of my rangers, indeed. And now all that stands between him and me are the few paladins that are still alive. Will I be able to run away? No, I won't. No, I won't. Goodbye, Ruby. It was nice knowing you. I mean, you say that, but I'm not sure I want to waltz into that. I could hypothetically waltz into that this very turn and try to slay him with what I have. There's a smidgen of a problem with that, you see? The problem is that all my units are the living dead, and the living dead are dealt twice the damage by the paladins, of which he's got lots. So I would either have to blind the paladins, possibly not blinding the archers. I could just block the rangers. This is a bit of a problem, bit of a wrench thrown into my gears. He does have blind, he doesn't have that much mana, so presumably he's been bled dry. I could try to just smash him with my blocked rangers for one turn, alright. I could do that. I don't know, if I will... I'm tempted to play it safe, recruit another army with all those crusaders, and then, and only then, go for him again, and again, and again, until he's sufficiently worn down, and then and only then attack with Sandro. But I guess the sane thing to do is to attack him right now. I could hype off... You know what? Fine, I'm going to do the sane thing, because I know, obviously, I could just win if I were to do it the way I say it. I might as well give myself, the opportunity to reload were I to fail. Although, of course, I can presumably just flee with this guy if he manages to survive the entire encounter. But yes, let's start out by blinding the rangers. I could just blind basically everything and then take care of his units one by one. Cursed! Excellent. Well, were they blessed originally? I think they were blessed, so I've removed the bless and applied a curse, which is glorious. Onwards, my little clinking skeletons. And he's blocked in. He can't do anything. He cast anti-magic on those rangers. I will not be able to blind them anymore. Well, here's the thing. I know that Chain Lightning is not going to work on the rangers, but it's going to work on everything else, isn't it? And I've dealt some damage to my Vampire Lords, but that's moderately okay, I guess. Yeah, I think I'm going to be able to manage. I think I'll live. Although I obviously have to deal with the Crusaders as quickly as humanly possible. Ugh. Can't get inside quickly enough. The path is just blocked. Fine, go in the mode with the zombies, yada yada yada. And let's attack the Crusaders with the Bone Dragons. 11 perish. In response to which, 7 of my Dracoliches perish. I know the Bone Dragons, I will still call them Dracoliches. Because it's the same thing. Arise! 5 of them actually arise. Slay those rangers. And keep them blocked, my mighty vampires. I basically can't attack anything. If those paladins manage to reach my skeletons, I'm going to be in a world of pain. But that's exactly what's gonna happen if I station them in the moat. I think I'm going to station them in the moat anyway. Oh, I know what I can do. I could hypothetically... yeah, block them a bit. Try and do that. But of course they're gonna die to retaliation and... oh no, they decide to attack my Vampire Lords, which was shrewd to an extent, I guess. There's my Necromancer cringing heavily. Give me those do I even want to cast? I could keep track of the turn order and then just try to Vampires to block the rangers. Yep, that is a good idea. That's what I wanted to do anyway. Yeah, arise! 18 vampire lords, arise. Let's try to deal with the greatest threat, the Crusaders. Finally, alright, skeletons to slice the Crusaders. Fingers crossed. They all go down. Yeah, indeed it does. 61 Master Swordsmen perish. See? See, this is what happens when you snowball with the living dead. You get skeletons. And skeletons get you. I had losses, tremendous losses, but it doesn't matter. Because you don't take that army to the next scenario anyway. Kreger is dead, and the sword of Anduran is mine. Also a spell scroll. The lightning helm, and 220 skeletons. Do I pick estates or navigation? Come on, game, it's over. I don't need a level up. Fine, I'll take estates. The 3 Anduran artifacts magically combine into one. You have captured the enemy the enemy hero Lord Kreger. Your quest is complete.
It appears that Kreger fell into the sway of the necromancers by means of magic. With the power of the helm, you have freed his mind and put an end to his rebellion. With this knowledge in mind, the Emperor may show leniency for his rebellion when he faces the justice of the Empire. But regardless of such matters, you have reclaimed the final piece of the artifact, and now its full power is at the command of the Empire. Take up its might and wield it against our true foes. Destroy the necromancers and their nest of treachery and deceit.
With Kreger freed from the necromancer's evil influence and all 3 artifacts assembled, the time has come to confront the ultimate evil. If you want to see me face the true threat to the Empire, watch the next episode of my Heroes of Might and Magic 2 The Price of Loyalty playthrough of the Price of Loyalty campaign. Thanks for watching, and you will see me elsewhere.